Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, August the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right, William, you've turned me around, man. I don't know what else to say. AESE, I am really starting to philosophically trade or change the way I'm starting to trade. AESE. So this is what I did this morning. Again, this is all to do with the channels, STC channels. I know that this is the IB, maybe not exactly the same as others, but I watched this, and this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, so this is not a Trade Ideas chart, but I watched this, and there's the upper end of the channel in the 15-minute chart. There's where AESE got to, and I took the short right here. 215. Now I notice it's not even shortable anymore at IB, and I covered at 180. So from 215 down to 180. Great percentage move, and I never would have done things. Yeah, William, no kidding, no kidding. So I'm starting to look more and more for plays like this, and it's funny because I'm not seeing the bounce plays as much. It's mainly the shorting on the upper end of the channel. And anyway, this is definitely something I'm really, really starting to pay attention to. A lot more. So there are other things happening though. So let's take a look at, a couple of big buyouts. MNTA, big buyout by, I think it's Johnson & Johnson. So that's why I'm not talking about it in terms of a big gap up. $21 though, 69%. What a premium. Lucky MNTA shareholders. And there it is, just sort of baselining right there, Johnson & Johnson. And another one is HUD. And this is it's a private company buying them, and I think it's at 770, so it's a little bit under the buyout price. Big gap downs in some of these, at least this one, GLPG, big gap down, a rejection of their drug, GLPG. Look at this, down 27%, down $52. Imagine if you were a shareholder, nothing's going wrong right there. You're in at 187 holding. You wake up this morning and you're down 27%. Another gap down. This is on a financing, FUTU. This is a financing, and it's at $33 a share, $9.5 million at $33 a share. So it's about $1 above the financing price. Let's see if it fades back down to it. Now there were a couple others that I actually wanted to short. Also, the same deal. Look at these BDR. Breaking out, and it came all the way down to, what a short. No shorts available though. There were no shorts available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. And the other one was TLGT. Another one that just popped way up, way above. There's the upper end, way above it. And again, no shorts available though. But I was really lucky, I guess, getting shorts on the AESE because at this point, they're not available at Interactive Brokers. Here is a big earnings play, well, not a big earnings play, but somewhat known, VIPS earnings play. They're not as many right now. Big gap down 16% for VIPS. Here's another big bio gap down. Boy, when you don't get FDA approval. Another one, look at this, Biomarine, BMRN, down 27%, down $32 on a FDA did not approve their drug. So look at this gap down for BMRN. Hello, Michael. Or Mike. Let's see, what else? SRNE. Okay, yeah, so Sorrento. Doing its thing, up, down, up, down. Well, now it's popping up. So hard to know what's going to happen with Sorrento today. This is, to me, somewhat ripe for a short. Now, there it is. I missed it right there. And it is shortable. SDC, so their big announcement is they hired somebody to act as a coordinator, sort of an educator, going to dental offices, or not going to the offices, but educating dentists on the merits of their system. Teeth straightening system. MNPR. This is a virus play. Sabre. Of course, airline sector, Sabre is really gapping down now. It's a big float, 271 million in the float. I don't. Okay. It's an offering. Sorry, it's a not that many shares. 2.5 million. I don't quite see a price, but they're raising money, so that's the reason for their gap down. SABR. All right, one is moving here. This was a big one from yesterday, and now it's above yesterday's high. Pulled back a little bit. There's the 200-day moving average, 1 ONE. Oh, you poor TOS people. You're gonna go through more grief this morning. And just as I was getting set to open the room, AVCO, AVCO, Avalon Global Care. Now there's another one. Look at this. I mean, there's a pop up through the top of that channel right up there. And that was shortable, 215. I mean, these are great little percentage moves. Haha. And I think somebody mentioned, I think PJ mentioned AXDX. I didn't see that in the... Let's see, I didn't see that. So yeah, so it's starting to fade a bit though. AXDX, big pop after hours, 18, but it's down to 15.60 now. So here's what I'm talking about. So here it is at the bottom of the channel. I just haven't seen, I mean, or maybe I haven't seen the pops off the bottom as much as I've seen the drops off the top. Now maybe it's just because I'm a momentum player, so of course I'm going to see stocks that are moving higher. But also, I mean, I am looking at momentum both ways. But anyway, we'll see what happens. See if I can start playing some of these bounces. Here's one that's starting to gap down. Oh, look at this, CERS. Look at this gap down, CERS. Just trying to see if there's any news here. I don't see anything specific to CERS right now. But this is really gapping down. That's a big percentage drop for CERS. It's not a low float. All right, let me just take a quick look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. One of the flyers, this is ringing in my ear. MOGU, one of the flyers from yesterday. There's the high of yesterday, 368. Still has some activity left. All right, I'll get some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades in from briefing.com this morning. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. I see Cree is downgraded. I know Cree, let me just take a quick look at Cree. I know they released earnings after hours yesterday. A little bit of a gap down, 5% for Cree. Actually, that's a pretty big gap. Let's see if this 20-day low holds. Just a few more to go. A couple of downgrades from Cree, Roth, and JMP Securities. All right, there are some of the upgrades, and there are some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. How do you download links from the cloud? What time is it? 9:17. Okay, very quickly. Here are my scans, for instance. All my scans. So if you wanted to download the basic new highs and lows as an example, just click on it. It's going to show up here in a tab. You just copy it, highlight it, and then copy it. And then from the toolbar, our toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. And then it'll show up right there. See, in that box, that string will show up right there, and then you just load it. Okay? So basically just copy the link and then file, load from cloud. Yeah, I mean, I use IB, and it's funny when you say for advanced traders and all that. I think the thing is that IB has a lot of different things you can do. You know, from forex to futures, of course, to just about everything. I mean, of course, I just use it for stocks, and that's it. And for me, I know people for some reason people seem to find it hard to use, but. Are their charts the greatest? No, but again, I don't really rely on their charts that much. I just look at order execution, and for me, it's fine. And they seem to have enough shorts. Here's Sangamo, guys, SGMO. But look at SGMO. What a nice gap here. Look at this weekly chart for SGMO, the monthly. So looking left around 14 is the next high, looking left. Just haven't seen that tank. I just really haven't seen that. But maybe I don't know how many shares you're taking. Doesn't really matter, but just really haven't seen that. Yeah, so I'm not doing any of that. I'm just going, all my trades are manual. So maybe that's it. I really don't know. Other thing too, in terms of slippage, I mean, it depends how quickly the stock is moving, as you know. And that's really got nothing to do with IB. Look at this VIPS, guys. I mean, this is such a critical level it's trying to hold. 20, big psychological number. Yeah, I discussed it. Well, discussed it. I mentioned it. BDR. I mentioned it that I wish I could have been able to short it. There were no shorts available. I actually couldn't see any. Sure, I could see any news. I don't think I saw any specific news on it. Yeah, I don't see any news on it, to be honest. I mean, I'm sure there is news somewhere, but not in the headlines that I'm looking at. Yeah, what do I think about GRD? I'm just asked, what do I think about GRWG? Well, again, it's super active. I did have it listed. It's hard to believe it. Well, listen, I mean, if it takes out 20 this morning or yesterday, the high was around 1960. Still a lot of volume, 590,000 shares. Here's another one is gapping down. Is that Q or O? How are my eyes here? Okay. QLGN is starting to gap down here. Only down 4%. Just one moment, please. Okay, so yeah, this QLGN, a little bit choppy right around the area, but QLGN is starting to drift down here. Blink, what is Blink doing? Blink is starting to gap down a bit also. All right, well, this is starting to look ripe for a short at some point. Look at the Avco. So let's take a look at it on, so the daily, of course, excuse me, it's broken free of all this. The next high looking left on the weekly chart looks like right where it is, 220, 219 or so. And after that, we have 250. Looks like there's a lot of resistance around 250 on that weekly chart. Now, granted, it did spike all the way up to, oh yeah, I remember this, 1350 back here. That's back in 2019. Well, back January of 2019, so about a year and a half ago. Okay, I'm going to get rid of these two. And again, I will be connected to the simulator. I'm going to talk about this a little bit later. And if you want to follow my watch list up and down all day long, you just click from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Nothing will happen in these two windows. Just adjust it a little bit here. In these two windows until at least 9:45, you will start to see some alerts at probably right at the open here. In this one, the repeating version. All right, guys. Well, there's the SPY. I was just putting an alert on the SPY. So we're at a pre-market. We're at an all-time high right now. Now, granted, in the pre-market, it also broke above it. But if this holds, it's an all-time high. Amazing. What? Look at this. Here's pandemic. All this huge drop, and then the incredible recovery. All right, guys. So, I forgot to mention this one. This is an earnings play, LITB, light in the box. This is a little earnings play. It's not a low float. 105 million in the float for a $3 stock. That's quite a bit. Looking left, and you see 388. So it's very close to that high. Excuse me, that high looking left. Pretty choppy looking monthly chart. Hard to know. Let's see, is this shortable? It is shortable. Yeah, it's shortable at IB, and I always should say it like that. You know, if you look at your broker, maybe you don't have shorts, but all right, one moment, please. Oh boy, well, VIPS is giving up 20 in a big way now. Well, I'm not saying I mean, I just look at it and don't see a lot of room on the monthly chart. You know, there's the high. Listen, it may not be. It may continue to rip, but I look left and there's 390 plus 4 is kind of a psychological barrier to get over. But listen, when the market opens, it may rip right through all this. It's also a high float, 105 million in the float, so it's going to take a lot to move it now. I mean, it's up 31%, tremendous run, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's going to turn into a short play. I'm just kind of eyeing it though, like that, and I noticed that there are shorts available. And our EDU was up and then it's down. It was actually looking interesting again pre-market, but is dropped from 780 down to 7. Our EDU. Yeah, less than a minute to the open. Let's have another great trading day today, everybody. And I typically don't take any trades in the first 15 anyway. I like to let things settle down a bit. And we are now open. Here we go. And we have a halt. Who halted? Nah, I don't know. This is almost like an IPO. UZD. Yeah, maybe another day of continuation for BE, Bloom Energy. It's right, 1742 is yesterday's high. I guess if I took it out, that might be very bullish. Now there's VIP. Wow, I mean, good, nice short. I just don't take them this early, but boy, what when it broke 20, that was it for a while anyway. Again, it's one of the few earnings plays. And BDR, yes, BDR is on the move. I could not see any news on it. You guys having a problem with sound alerts on a multi-strategy window by any chance? Oh my goodness, you guys in TOS. So there's BDR. Well, there's something going on with BDR. I just don't know what it is. Super low float, 3 million in the float. Oh, BDR just ripping here, guys. Not shortable for me. All right, guys, look at GRWG. Will it take out 20 today? Look at the volume that is coming in. Look at that, 1.6 million already, right there. Now, CNK was just having a terrible day yesterday. Drifted down, down, down all day, basically. A little bit of a comeback. Of course, this theater play. Yeah, Plug is having a nice day. There was Mike in the YouTube feed. Look at Plug. A lot of volume. It's a big float, third of a billion in the float, so it's not a low float situation, but a lot of volume coming in. It's been kind of a little bit silent. Actually, that's not correct. I mean, is that right? It traded 20 million shares yesterday? Yeah, so I bet you Ballard is doing the same thing, the Troika. Meanwhile, VIPS, I mean, again, I just don't take them early, but look at, and there's the, so we've got We've got the EVs in play again, I guess, the EV sector. Yeah, look how whippy this is. So BE got up to 1816, drops almost 60 cents. So I don't like trading. There's the LITB. Sugar. Took my eye off it. Just looked like it was going to really try to struggle to get through 4. I mean, it did pop through 4 a little bit, but not 4, I'm sorry. Did early, but then look at this. I mean, there's almost $4 right there on that daily chart. So yes, it did pop above it in the pre-market, but once the market opened, your basic stumble. Okay, so 9:37, so we're only 8 minutes in, so another 7 minutes or so before we get anything in here. I'm not saying we'll get something immediately, but well, that turned out to be a great short. I just didn't follow it enough. LITB. Just can't see any news on this BDR. But wow, what a move. Look at the volume. Okay, so the EVs, yes, EV sector, guys, just on fire right now. WKHS. This is another one that was itching to short in the pre-market, just no shorts available. TLGT. So I'm not quite sure I understand what this is all about. The UZD. It looks like it's an IPO. Very rarely does an IPO open at the market, or maybe it's just a symbol name change. I don't know. Boy, LITB just collapsed, guys. Just absolutely collapsed. There's about a 25% move from $4. Ah, Larissa, home. Wow, look at home. Look at home. Sort of lost sight of this one, but this finally, when it, it broke over 10 at earnings, I think this was an earnings July the 29th. Yeah, this was its earnings reaction, a big gap up, and it really hasn't stopped. HOME, home. Still has room. I mean, if you look at the monthly chart, 2360 or so, it still has room. It just hasn't shown up for me. It hasn't been any of the filter requirements until today. All right. Well, here's a company that is well known, American Eagle, also having earnings today, AEO, so slightly down. Let's see if it goes positive. There's the 200-day moving average, 1182, so it's up there. I guess we don't need basic sanitation anymore. SBS is gapping down here. Wow, look at this SBS. I mean, there's really no support. I mean, the support area is around 666. Meanwhile, BDR just continues to move here. Just looking to see if this is not part of the EV. I don't think so. It's electronics, but so I see the AI has picked a couple of airlines. Wow, SBS just crashing here. SBS. Look at this. And what a downturn it's had over the last, looks like about 3 weeks. It's close to that whole number. Another one, CBL was halted and now resumed. Oh, little one, just very little one. This was halted because of news pre-market. Well, keep an eye on it. I mean, I don't trade these, but CBL, I mean, there's a lot of volume coming in. 3.6 million, 3.8 million shares, CBL. Could be a crazy one, but it's very, very cheap. Look at BDR. I just wish I just don't see any specific news on it, but look at this stock rip. And finally, it got halted. BDR did get halted. All right, Captain Kirk, KR. KRRK. All right, guys, I am kind of watching Kirk right here. Well, meanwhile, SBS continues down. All right, EVFM. Look at the room it's got. Look at the room EVFM has. You see why it's on my watch list? You know, the watch list is designed for, yeah, you can trade intraday, but if, you know, stock closes well, you can always choose to hold it. All right, well, you know, my bias is really short on this one. I mean, it could be a long play. I mean, this is why it's here, but just, you know, every time this stock puts a little pop, I know it had some news this morning. Not really. You know, I know it's got, I mean, William probably shorted this one, but I am looking to see if it recovers 350. It's just got such a huge gap here. And it's not a low float, 76 million. No, I pay attention to it all day, Chris. But I have a certain price range I like, you know, between up to $20. But that's just me. I pay attention to it all day as a watch list. Wow, SABR. Okay, so it wow, came roaring off the lows here. SABR. Meanwhile, BDR is still halted. Is that a oh, just opened? BDR just opened, and now a little bit of a drop here for BDR. Meanwhile, BDR, well, that was not much of a drop, and now it is still accelerating. The airlines, yeah, guys were mentioning the airlines. Airlines and cruisers, guys. Airlines and cruisers. Look at NCLH. Well, look at LX. LX on the way down, trying to see what sort of support it might have. The next high or low looking left is around $7 for LX. Well, nothing's stopping BDR right now. I have no idea what's going on with it. I still can't see any specific news on it. This is not shortable also, so that's probably helping. Well, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I don't know who else has shorts, but just insider buys? Okay. I guess that's good enough reason. Some more rippage from home. Look at this. I mean, from 17 all the way up to, sorry, from 1680 all the way up to 1825. Well, Tank, you asked me about a potential short and why. LITB. I mean, I didn't take it, but look at this. I mean, it's gone negative now. Not only is it a short, but it's gone actually negative. All right, so I have an alert set up here for EVFM later on. Let's see if it takes out that trigger or 350. Even here in a short, it's late. Well, not late. It's because it didn't have enough. I don't know what the count had to be, but no, I had to take out yesterday's low. Okay, Resolute RFP. This stock. Yeah, this was one that just got hammered a few years ago. Fiasco of China forests and all that. I'm surprised it's still around. RFP. There's another one on the way. CGEN. Look at this getting out of all this mess around here on that weekly chart. It's not an all-time high, but I don't know how far back I have to go. I don't even see anything before. We don't have any. I mean, it's maybe not officially an all-time high for CGEN, but I've gone back to 2009, so it is not shortable at Interactive Brokers, no. Yeah, I mean, if I can't see a new high 10 years ago, then I yeah, I really don't care. Yeah, let's see if Surf takes back 7. The next high looking left is 770 for Surf, SURF. Low float, 20 million in the float. So I'm going to stick an alert at the high and see if it takes it out again. I'm actually kind of getting interested in a. I know it's an AI long, but it's already out. Maybe as a short, the ALKS or ALK. Yeah, now it's a news halt. Yeah, this doesn't look good if you're in it on the way down. All right, so the big question today, will these airlines hold their gains today? We've seen this act many, many, many times, you know. A lot of times, though, it's the pop in the pre-market, and then once the market opens, they drop. But will the airlines hold their gains today? This was another AI alert, 34.98. Target was hit, so the AI got out. If you're in it, you don't have to get out, of course. Yeah, so all the airlines are up, and the cruisers. Okay, boy, the EVs, FCEL, Watt, BLDR, plug. This is the stock or the trade of the week. It still hasn't broken out yet, guys. I mean, I think it's still right at the trigger. I think 26, just over 26 was the trigger, wasn't it? It still hasn't broken out. 26, 25, thank you. Yeah, so it still hasn't really broken out yet. Well, there it goes. I mean, so it had a little pop, VIPS, pop all the way back up from what, 1889, had a dollar pop, and now it resumes its downward trend, VIPS, big earning, well, big. It's an earnings play. 12 million shares traded already, 20 times normal. You probably meant that couldn't have been the right price for surf, not 352. All right, so there's VCLR at the trigger again. Well, my thoughts are I got to wait for it to break 350 again. In which case I might, I mean, you know, I don't play pullbacks very well. So, I mean, but right now that's a nice pullback and it's over the high of that the third candle. But I'm, you know, for me, the stock's under $5. 50 cents can be a psychological barrier to get through. So I'm just going to wait and see if it happens. I've got my alert set here. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Ah, look at BE, 817, 1817, 1848 now. Well, take fewer shares, wider stops. I mean, I mean, I don't know how to exactly answer that, but probably take fewer shares. Yeah, I might have to start questioning your setups and why you're taking, you know, the trades you're taking. When you say what happened to BDR, what do you mean by that exactly, Sean? I mean, it's halted right now because of news. All right, guys, I'm having a little problem with the chart, so let me just see if a reset helps. Okay. So this was an AI alert yesterday, VRCA. You can see there it was at 827. So if you held it, somebody was asking yesterday, I mean, can you use the AI for swing trades? And I said, well, listen, I mean, if a stock closes well and it looks good on the daily and the weekly and the monthly, and I actually use this as an example, I mean, it's up to you if you want to hold it. Now, obviously, you know, in this particular case, it would have worked out very well. All right, AKTS. Now I look left and I see 873. I see it's just such a messy, horrible looking charts all around. Chopping up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails, daily, weekly, monthly chart. It's just hard to trade these. All right, guys. Well, ALKS did start to fade here. And my guess is the airlines, I just don't have any faith in these airlines holding their gains. What a run for home. Chris, well, I mean, that's one, Chris. I mean, obviously, but that's all I do. I mean, if you're looking for swing trades from the AI, I mean, that's what I'd be doing. How does it end up? And does it have room? The other thing I'd be aware of, I would never hold through earnings. I would never ever hold a stock through earnings. So if they're releasing earnings, after hours or pre-market the next day, I will never hold a stock through earnings. Well, guys, I kind of told you what I was thinking of doing. I just don't trust these airlines. I just don't trust them at all. All right, guys. So I have covered the ALK short. So this is why I did it. All right. Again, all to do with this channel. This is again IB. Again, I realize this is maybe not what the channels look like, but look at this. I mean, I've covered it now. Wow, look at it now. But got up to 37.60 or so, breaking above. As it started to come down, I decided, and again, a little bit of a bias because I just don't trust these airlines to hold their gains. So I basically got in this one around 37.44, I think, and I just covered right at the whole number. Completely and utterly different style of trading for me. Never used to do stuff like that. I had a question about PJ. That's you in TradingView, right? It's great until it isn't. Absolutely, I 100% agree. That wasn't you. It was the other P. PD. Sorry, I got. But you see, this is what I did. There was the high. What was it at 3? I'm sorry, wrong chart. Just a second. So my stop was going to be at the high here, 37.62. So from 37.44 to 37.62, a pretty tight stop. You know, I just said, okay, if it starts to run again and gets close to that high, I'll get out. And then, you know, I can always look at it again. Look at this. I mean, wow. I mean, this is... Okay, so right now, again, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay, and I realize that it may not look the same from on other charting programs in terms of the channel, but this is the other thing I'm looking at. How far is it away from that line right there? Is the mean, so it's the reversal to mean. So this is how, in theory, how far we could go before it stops again. In this case, I mean, it's right to the penny. Well, because this is not an IB scan. You know, letting trade ideas find me the. That is a 15-minute chart. Yeah. It's not an IB scan. It's all my scans are coming from trade ideas. It is called, well, it's called, so you go to studies and it's the, it's in regression studies and it's the standard deviation channel. Okay, so I now have to start looking at my watch list here. So VRCA 956. So that's not a bad move. Of course, the BE really ran. It's pulled back a lot though. BDR is still halted. Well, it's a news halt, so you know you don't know how long that's going to be. I'm sure the question is, okay, guys, tell us why this has moved like this. We don't know. Well, Harley really uses it on TOS. He swears by it. It has a different look. I'm just, I wonder if PD, I think it was PD then, who talked about TradingView yesterday. Same thing with the cruisers. Don't trust them at all. Not to maintain. I mean, CCL's not doing badly. I have to admit, CCL is not doing too badly. Let's see what Norwegian is doing. Actually, okay, so the cruisers actually are holding. They didn't have a look like that. So really, actually, it was only ALK that had that look. I mean, the other one, some of the other airlines, they're kind of holding also. What I wanted to know about TradingView is I'm assuming they do have pre-market. Oh, I'm not looking for the free service. I'm looking at the Pro Plus or something. Oh, I'm not looking for the free service. I didn't think it was that expensive. I think that is the biggest version I don't think you need that one. Anyway, I'm gonna take a look at it more this weekend. To get a second license? Oh, for your daughter. Yeah, I don't know. Go to Kelly, okay? And I'm gonna just contact her. Is your real name William? So that I'm gonna alert her to you will contact her. I'm gonna delete that William, okay? I don't think you want ah. All right, so I have just contacted Kelly. So if you contact Kelly, let's just see what she can do for you, okay? Meanwhile, CGE engines will not stop. And there's actually a little red bar ignored right here. Well, we've got a couple of real runners. I mean, Kirk and CGEN just running now. You would think, looking at that chart, certainly 1160, so about a little less than $1 away on the monthly chart for Kirk. Let's take a look at the weekly chart to see what sort of action there is close by. Yeah, it's about the same, but 11 may really stall it. Well, obviously, a couple of so VIPS at 10 o'clock even. Look, you might have thought it was late, but 1880 gets down to 1820 on the short. Yes, yeah, it just touched right at the top here, right at the top. Didn't break it, but it just touched right at the top. That's on the 15. But again, if Real's in the room, he is going to say that's not what he saw in Think or Swim. But so far, I mean, okay, there might be some subtle differences, but I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna have to even question why I would go to TradingView, but I'm definitely interested in all this. When you say not the same, what do you mean by that, Matt? If you're saying it's not the same as this, I understand. Well, well, that's not according to. Gosh, I wish he was in the room. I think it's PD or is it JB? Okay, there you go. JB, are you in the room? Yeah, it was JB. Not according to JB. I mean, he said it was a channel and colored and the whole bit. Nice visuals for it. Well, I don't have a personal YouTube channel if that's what you're talking about, but we do have a YouTube feed going also. I mean, we have a concurrent, you don't have to go there though, but we have a concurrent feed in YouTube. Basically, people in this feed can see my screen and hear me also. It's just, no, no, I do not have a YouTube feed. Okay. Well, there's nothing written in stone, Guilo, if I'm going to pronounce it right. Nothing written in stone, okay? But when a stock gets halted, this is what I'm looking at. Now, there's nothing showing up here. Let me just see. Okay. So you can start to see some of the bid ask starting to show up, okay? So the stock was halted at 335. So nothing is, you don't really see anything right now. That gives a real clue where it's going to open. A lot of times, though, when a stock is halted, especially on the way up, and then you start looking. This is my time in sales from Interactive Brokers, and what you'll see is you'll start to see, for instance, let's just pretend that this was halted on the way up at 334. You might start to see bids at 380, 370. No guarantee that's where it's going to open, but then you usually have an idea that, wow, it's going to be a good open. I don't know if there's actually, I don't know if there's actually a set time when it's going to open. My guess is that they're grilling, the SEC or whoever is grilling the company and trying to say, okay, why are you up so much on such volume? And they're going to go, I don't know. I actually like my elk call, to be honest. Going contrary to what it was a great alert from the AI, and it ran from 36.99 up to 37.61, and it did get out for a profit. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start defining what is usual for me now, though. Okay, so this one, VVPR just got halted. So another one of the, I'm going to assuming, well, I don't know if I can assume that this is an EV play, even though it says electric. Um, so this one just got halted. And this is VVPR. Now, this has, what sort of room does this have? So we got to go back over 3 years for the next highs for this one, for VVPR. That's quite a while ago. Yeah, we have a browser-based program, Drawd. So any tablet, you can use it on because we do have a browser web-based version. Now it's not as robust. You don't have, what time is it? I'm going to go over what Brokerage Plus is all about and a few other things. But yes, you can run it on an iPad or any tablet. I actually set it. Real suggested that I set it for 100 instead of 21. See what was happening when on the 21 is you'd get segmented channels throughout the day as opposed to one channel for the day. I'm still not, I'm not sure. I don't know why segmented isn't great. I think his comment was, well, that's what everybody uses. So, we're trying to, I guess, if more people are using this, then you want to be following the herd, not trying to reinvent something. So I'm using 100, which seems to flatten it out for the day. You don't have what I mean by segmented channel. All of a sudden, this could stop, and then a new channel will begin. But with 100 period, that didn't happen. 102, yes, yes, standard deviation 2, yes. And he thought that would get it closer. Still not the same, but I don't know. I mean, I'm getting good looks. Now LMPX, another one. So there was another buy from the AI, and you can see. I mean, this has just got a ton of room. So that was another buy at 965 2 days ago. And you can see. I mean, this had a great look. No, this is the only room. Okay, I mean, we use this as a marketing tool, so it is free. Yes. Well, I've found again, this is a very low sample size, but I found in the last 2 days, looking in the pre-market, some fantastic shorts. One of which I was able to take advantage of today. Look at LMPX on the just ripping here. I don't have a link for the layout, okay? I have individual scans that you can have access to. And by the way, it's 10:31, so it is now time for me to welcome everybody into the room, especially the ones who are new to the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. If you do want my scans, I'm sharing a lot of them. You have to be a member, of course, but if you click on the Scans tab within the trading room, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. Also, if you click on the Room Drive icon, scans that I share, download. So that'll go to a Word document, and then you can take a look at them all later on. And in order to load one of them, you just copy the link and then go to from the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. When you've copied the link, it should appear right there, and then you just load it. And as always, if you do load one of my scans, you can always take a look and see what filters I've got. You may want to adjust them. You may want to trade a different price range. So of course you're welcome to make any changes you want. And then once you've done that, or even if you don't make any changes, don't forget, save once you have it loaded on your system, save it to the cloud. Right click, save to the cloud, okay? Now, let me talk about some of the links and, of course, a subscription to Trade Ideas. Give me a second here. All right, so here in the subscriptions tab, I've got this is new, the home page, which has virtually most of the things that you're going to be looking for. I did break out the subscription pricing though, as a link, just to show you what the promo code is, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. If you do click on my home page, this is what you'll be presented with. You've got a lot of information here. You can download the latest version of Trade Ideas. Get Trade Ideas right there. And let's take a look at how much Trade Ideas has cost. This is a toggle. I'm just going to show you the annual and the monthly. So I like the way it's presented now. So premium, $22.68 a year on an annual basis minus the 15%, or the standard $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Here are all the differences. The big difference is the AI, okay? I mean, if you're going to get premium, it's because you want access to the AI. Now, you don't have to start off with a monthly plan or an annual plan. You can start off with a monthly. Just click on that. Sorry, click on that again. So here are you can start off with the standard monthly. Now, we do have a demo, okay, but it's very, very, not a lot going on in it. I mean, it's 20-minute delayed. You don't have charts and all that. What you can do is you can take our standard monthly. If you don't like it within 5 days, just tell us. So it's 118 less that 15%. But again, if you don't like it, you just cancel within 5 days. So, I mean, 5 days should give you a bit of an idea. The premium, $228 less the 15%. Okay, so you don't have to start off with an annual plan. You can just try us out. If you do decide you want to upgrade, we'll honor that 15% promo code. If you want to upgrade from, say, standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, we will honor the promo code. Going back to my page, Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can get it right there. I do a daily video between about 105 to 120 every day. All of our webinars, we have webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. Today's Wednesday. This is the one that I attend. It's the Q&A with Brad and Dan, co-founders of Trade Ideas. I help them out. I don't get on the mic, but I do help out text-wise. And all of our education, including, if you click on that, including what I think is a really good one, the 20 lessons in 20 days. Take the lessons. This is what you'll see. You know, what is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? Create an alert window. So if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I absolutely recommend taking a look at these. These are not videos. It's all text-based. And even if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can see what we have to offer, the basic features. So I do like my new homepage because it's basically got everything on it. Now it doesn't have this link, which I'm going to go over. So Brokerage Plus intro. I'm going to pop that into the room. Just a second. Okay, so there's Brokerage Plus. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in a little bit, but if you have an interactive broker's account and you want to use this module that we call Brokerage Plus, so you can trade from within Trade Ideas, and it'll link, you just connect, it'll link to your interactive broker's account, then you can use this to trade from within Trade Ideas, linked to your interactive broker's account. The only one it works with, okay? Yes, we're looking at other brokers. I don't know when that's going to happen. You know, we're looking at E-Trade and TDA and etc., but I don't know when it's going to happen. Right now, the only one is interactive brokers. And watch that video. That video's got virtually everything you need to know about how you can use it to trade. You know, how you can set up things like this one-click trading, trade, one-click trading. You set up your own buying and shorting parameters. Okay, so watch that video. It's about 27 minutes long, but it's a really, really good video. And I think that Michael Noss, is going to be in YouTube today. What happens from 12 to 1 of the other traders takes over from me in the YouTube feed from 12 to 1, Monday to Friday. I think it's Michael's turn today. And if it is, if you have questions about Brokerage Plus and trading using with your IB account, it's a tremendous time to go and see him, okay? And talk to him. Some more links. So we've gone over the 20 lessons. Okay. I want to go over the AI now. Yeah, that was pre-market, Cosmin. I shorted that pre-market. Didn't I indicate that? Oh, I'm sorry. Just a second. No, I'm sorry. Did I say 225? It's 215. That's a mistake on my part. Yeah, okay. I should, yeah, I'm sorry. I just typed that in wrong. It was 215, not 225. So I'll just redo that. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, I want to go over the AI now and what it is all about. So we have 50 what we call baseline strategies. They get optimized every day once the market is closed. The AI gets to work, and the optimization procedure basically something like this. Takes a look at the filters that are in place. The AI strategies have way more filters, and maybe takes a look at filter values, maybe makes a change, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in. Tedious process even to do one. Obviously impossible for humans to do 50. So that's the procedure. And then once that's over, and that's what happened last night, once the market was closed, the AI went to work on the optimization. And these are the strategies out of the 50 that made the cut. Okay? Why did they make the cut? Because they had the proper combination, profit factor and win percentage. Tomorrow, we don't know which ones are going to make the cut because, again, it'll go through the optimization procedure using today's data. And this is how I recommend that you load the AI. If you have the premium service, this is how what I recommend you do. Click on New from the toolbar, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that will pop up. And then you can take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every morning. And then you just wait for the alerts to happen. When the alert happens, it'll be a real-time entry. You don't have to take it right then and there. But I mean, it is a real-time entry. So that's what I'm saying. There's an entry price, and you'll always have a stop price. So that's all automatically calculated for you. And then you just manage the trades as you see fit. As an example, I use this as a watch list. And so, I was indicating to people that, I not believing in the airlines that much, that they're going to hold their gains. So I looked at this ALK, and to me, and also when I looked at the channel, it looked like this could be a top. There were a couple of topping tails. So I took the short right there, 37.45. My stop would have been 37.61, no more than, just a high. And then just waited. And I covered early, right at the whole number. This is more of a test case for me. But, this is what I'm saying. I use it as a watch list. I don't agonize about getting in at the penny and... So that's basically what the AI is all about. This is Brokerage Plus. This module you'll see here is called Brokerage Plus. To load it, now it's only available in the downloadable version is not available on the web. If you click on New, Brokerage Plus, this is your window. So as I said before, you can use this if you have an interactive broker's account. You just connect to it and watch that video, okay? If you do want to use Brokerage Plus to trade your interactive broker's account. So you can trade right from within Trade Ideas if you have an interactive broker's account. What I do is I put this on the simulator, Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. And now you'll notice here that I carried this over. Probably should have got rid of it. Here's my stop is down here though. So I wanted to show, this was a swing trade from 2 days ago. Actually, yesterday it was up quite a bit, but today it has dropped. I have a stop down here. Just wanted to show you how you can use this for swing trading. Basically, you start off with $100,000 in the account, in the simulation account. So, I'm going to say this, but as emphatically as I can. If you are new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice. You can use this to paper trade, simulation trading. Doesn't matter what broker you've got, it's using our real-time data. And this is all part of your standard service. So practice trading before you commit money to the market. Easy to do. well, easy to do in terms of the mechanics. You click on an alert. You'll notice the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're selling, am I connected? Yeah. If you want to go short, you sell. And if you want to go long, in other words, buy the stock, you buy it. I have a bit of a second here. Okay, good. So so to take a trade, you just basically say you pick how many shares and you pick the price you want to go in at. Let's just take let's take a look at one of these. Yeah, kind of interesting. So let's take this one, NMTR. Let's take 300 shares. I'll go right in at the market. I can go in at the market because the spread is only a penny. Okay, I mean, if this was 107, 115, I wouldn't have done that. Okay, but the spread is only a penny, so I'm going to go. I took the trade right at the market. You can see there it is. Okay, 300 shares right there. Now I'm going to put a stop in. So I look at the chart, think, okay, I mean, for me, I mean, not necessarily would have taken this trade, but certainly if it broke down below $1, I would not want to be in this trade. So I'll put a stop at 98 cents. So I can add the stop and just type in 0.98 and you're going to see it will show up right in the chart. See, there it showed up on the chart, that red line. So at this point, if I let this trade move back down to 98 cents, it'll take me out for a $31 loss. And everything I'm doing here, you can do exactly the same if you connect to your IB account. I'm going to put a target in. A lot of people like to see targets, so I'll put a target in. Again, just right click on the symbol, and now I can add a target order. I'll just, again, make one up, $1.25. So I had a target, and you see hard to see because it's up in this area, but yeah, let me see if I can see it a little more. It's just the scale this is at. Sorry, this is at. Unfortunately, it's not showing it clearly enough, but right there is up at 125. It's above. You would normally see a red line. I'm surprised I can't see it on the monthly chart. But anyway, normally you would see a red line like this. And so you can adjust these lines as you see fit. Okay, let's just say, for instance, if the trade starts to work well, you can use this like a trailing stop. Just keep moving your stop up and up and up. And the same with that target. If we could see the line, you could adjust the target line also. Now, you don't have to do it that way. You can do it very manually. So if I wanted to say trade out 100 shares, I could just trade out 100 shares, and I could go, if I wanted to sell it, I could just pick a price I wanted to sell it at. If I want to get out of the trade in its entirety, I'm going to get out of, well, I'll keep this. Let's see if that stop gets hit at some point. But if I want to get out of this trade, I can flatten it. I want to get out at half, or I could double the trade. Okay, so this is how you can use the simulator. You can also do things like conditional trades. So for instance, I could have said, well, you know what? I want to take this trade if it pulls back. Say I want to take the trade if it pulls back to $1.03. So I'll do that, okay? I'll just show you how you can do that. So I'm going to flatten. I'm going to get out of the trade. So let's just say I wanted to take this trade if it pulled back to $1. So all I do is I want to take, I'll determine how many shares I want to take. I'm going to put $1 here, $1 here, buy. So now you see a big blue line is here. So if the stock went down to $1, it will take the trade. That blue line, that sort of dark blue line, will turn into a faded line, and it will take the trade. So that's how you can do what we, obviously take a trade on a pullback, getting to a price that you think you'd like to take the trade. And you can also do the same thing on the way up. Let's just say you wanted to break a certain level. You could also put the trade higher, create the order higher, and so that it would take it if it met that price, hit that price. So that is a simulator in action. Absolutely recommend, before you start trading with your money, practice. Oh, look at GRWG through 20 now, guys. So one cancels other. I want to say yes. Certainly in the simulator. I'm not 100% sure in the simulator. I know with IB, when you're connected to your account, somebody who is, I don't trade using this. One of the reasons I don't is, I'm not going to toggle back and forth between my account and the simulator all day long. If I could 100% concentrate, maybe I would do that, but I don't want to be practicing. Okay, let's take 5,000 shares of this, thinking I'm doing it in the simulator, and then it's in my real account. I don't mean this, but I mean any trade. But I'm not 100% sure. Okay, not 100% sure on that question. Who's going to be, or if you're going to be around, let me just see if Michael is going to be. Just going to find out if he's on, because if he's on between 12 and 1, then I would recommend you go on. I'll give you the link for our YouTube feed, because he's there and he's our absolute expert on all this, okay? I'm just finding out if he's on today. All right, well, let's get back to seeing what the market is doing. Meanwhile, VRCA continues to move here. So there was the alert, 9:56. So it pulled back. Boy, this is challenging that 10 level now. VRCA. There is the 200 days. So that's still far enough away. $12, a couple of dollars away. All right, so this one must be an IPO. This has to be an IPO. Inbox, INBX. $17. So this is way above the IPO price. Way above it. No, I typically don't trade. I'm just going to do a quick check to see who's behind it. Morning, Mick. Welcome to the room. I'm just trying to find out if I'm still trying to see if Michael is in the room. Just don't have an answer yet. All right, man, oh man, look at these two. Kirk, great break here on the fives too. Nice little break. Three great runners so far. Well, I wouldn't call this a runner. It's had a stall, but VRCA, but certainly Kirk and Home. You know, really nothing. Little rest here for Home. Well, let's see. Yeah, I mean, you'd think, looking at that monthly chart, you would think that this is finally going to stall it, but what a run it's had. Guys, this was 94 cents 2 months ago. 94 cents. Okay, $1.04. The low of 2 months ago was $1.04 for Kirk. I mean, it's incredible. It's a low float, 12 million in the float. And there's your, 11 bagger right here. It's LAUR, right? Not LAJU, not LAUJR, one of the education stocks. That's what you're talking about, right, Xanadu? 200 days, that's about 80 cents away, 75 cents away. Well, getting closer to that high right there. What a run. Lazy Boy leads rally in furniture and home furnishing. So let's what is Lazy Boy doing? LZB. LZB is doing well also, but it's not cannot be the reason for Kirk. I mean, but it is actually I didn't realize it is, but it is an earnings play. Really not that big a reaction. LZB is an earnings play released after hours yesterday. The initial reaction was a gap down, but it is recovered very well. Yeah, we don't have them in Canada. I mean, I keep thinking it's the Costco brand, Kirkland, but I guess it is not, is it? But I don't think we have them in Canada, Kirkland's. All right, here's an earnings play. VNet is now coming into some support right around that 2250. VNet, looking left on that daily chart. What's the volume like? Not bad. You know, the thing is this has really got nothing to do with the pandemic. I mean, I thought maybe the big drop was pandemic, but this was already, just horrible. A classic retailer that looked like it was going to go bankrupt almost. I mean, look at this run. Why didn't somebody tell me? Yes. Okay. Do a refresh. You can't hear me, of course, but all right, guys. So this is, I don't want to call it necessarily, oh no, I'm sorry. Let me see what happened here. NMTR. Okay, so it took the trade. Okay, so it took the trade. You can see, remember I did this on a pullback, so it did take this trade. This was this conditional entry. It took the trade because it got down to $1. Now it's broken down. If you don't like it, of course, you just flatten and get out of the trade if that's what you want. Mr. Real, welcome. Yeah, that got just hammered pre-market. Still down $46, 24%. Negative results for their drug, Galapagos. Well, Kirk is not stopping, guys. I mean, this is just not stopping. There, it's now through, or it's right at that high. I refuse to believe it'll take out 13 today. No, somebody told me it's not. It's a home furnishing, sort of specialty home furnishing company. Well, I mean, I want to short it. I do want to short it, but how well is this? Is it going to take this out? And then the next level would be 12. I mean, on this run it's had, this is the biggest candle. What do you know? No, I agree with you. I mean, well, you know me. I'm thinking that 12 itself could be the psychological barrier. But yeah, I mean, there's the next high. After that is around 12.23. But how many whole numbers has it taken out today? You know, it was, well, you could say 9, 10, and 11. We have very low. I mean, what we have is 12.4 million in the float. It's still kind of struggling to get through that high right there, which is, you know, it's right at that. I think that was 1177. So it's just kind of right there, that high, that monthly high. Look at the volume. I mean, look at the volume, though. I mean, the volume is the biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute chart. I'm just watching it, guys. I'm just watching this active trading right at this level here. Okay, one. Now one is on the way down. Boy, look at the high there, 684, 563. I mean, these are big percentage drops. All right, guys. Well, I mean, I hate to scalping Kirk. I'm scalping Kirk, guys. I mean, I just watched that 78 level. I want to see if it how well it holds underneath. It gets right back up. So I've already taken some out. If it gets right back up there, I'll get out of it for a little bit, and then maybe look at reshorting it again. I mean, you just had to look at the struggle at that high plus the whole number. Don't ever discount the whole number. Wow, that now it goes. Oh, I'm long. I'm sorry. I'm short. We've been talking about it for almost forever. Struggling to get through that area right there, that 1178, and then also the whole number 12. I mean, look what it did. Again, completely different way of trading for me now. Well, the one thing I won't do, I'm not going to be adding to a losing trade yet. No, I'm kidding. I won't be doing it like that. Wow, what time is it? 11:15. All right, guys, sorry about that. Just following an interesting thread. Well, the stocks we follow, okay, so I'm trying to answer somebody in the YouTube feed. Well, the stocks we're following are the ones that are active for the day, okay? I mean, these are, my basic new highs and lows and also my watch list up and down. These are active stocks. So that's the first thing. Active meaning they've got high relative volume, good volume. They're up usually at least 4 or 5% for the day. So that's the first thing. I'm only follow. I mean, it should be somewhat obvious, but I'm only following really active stocks. So that's why. Typically hold stocks. I don't know if there's a typical. I mean, I'm sort of changing a little bit how I'm trading now. I'm trading more capitulation plays, stocks that are really run up and trying to find a top in them, and then shorting the top. Didn't really used to trade like that until maybe yesterday. But I'm more of a momentum trader still. But it's definitely intriguing to find these momentum plays, and trying to kind of figure out where a top might be and then shorting them. Kind of like I did on the Kirk. It is not Costco. Kirk, I know it's confusing, but it is not the Costco brand that we think, or the in-house brand that Kirkland. Yeah, you see that going to Costco. That's all you see, but no, it is different. But I'm typically though an intraday trader though. Number one, I don't hold stocks very often overnight. All right, guys. Yeah, so Michael is in the YouTube feed at noon. Okay, so I want to give you the link for the YouTube feed. All right, if you have a lot of questions about using Brokerage Plus and interactive brokers wanting to trade your account, what time is it now? 11:19. So that's in about 45 minutes. In about 45 minutes. That is the link. Pier 1 definitely went bankrupt. Closed all the stores in Canada, and not just obviously in the States too, but yes. No, it is not. Well, when you say connected, you're talking about for Brokerage Plus, jamming for good. You're talking about for Brokerage Plus. It is not. No. Don't know when. Don't know when. Don't know when. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to start from scratch here. Don't have that. Still halted. Wow. I do not see that from Benzinga. Don't see that. It seemed to be more about insiders buying, but again, I'm looking at I know I'm looking at our feed. Our feed has nothing like that. I'm looking at Interactive Brokers headlines. You would think that if they released this morning, I'm not disputing Benzinga, but you would think that it would be here too. You're right. That can't be the news. I mean, it appears that it's insider buying or something. Yeah, I mean, senior management buys more shares. Well, I bet they do a second. I don't think that's the reason it's halted, but yeah, I mean, it's not that, yeah, it was 71 cents yesterday. 71 cents. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they will do a secondary. I don't think that's a news halt, but I mean, my guess is that it's the commission saying, okay, what's going on? 52 million shares. So that has traded the float 13 times. Well, it's funny because I know you're kidding, real on the dark side. A lot of people think that shorting is the dark side. As you know, that's never been an issue for me. But definitely looking at these tops. Yeah. Okay. That is a post that we don't tolerate with DD. Okay, with the CNET. Okay, it may happen, but we just don't tolerate posts like that in this room. That's way too promotional. Now, real, I don't know if you noticed this. I don't think you probably were around, and I don't know if your channel use it in the pre-market at all. And I know you're going to say this is not the same, but you know, look what I was able to do with the AESE. This is around 8:15, popped up through, took the short rate. I was thinking 2.4 or 2.15, covered. No, unfortunately, I didn't keep holding it, but I covered around I think it was $1.80 or so. So from 2.15 down to $1.80, and that was pre-market. And there were about four of them that I could have done the same thing, except that didn't have shorts for. And I'm looking now. AESC does not have shorts available. How do you show it? It's automatic, Bill. Okay, so Rudy, there is another trading room. It's probably a more robust trading room. Okay, with a lot more traders in the room. I can easily post links there. It's a lot harder to do it in this YouTube feed. I can give you the link for the trading room. This is what I'm talking about. We've got a lot of traders, a lot more traders, a lot more activity. I can post links. I've got scans here. So when you say how do you show the stop areas, it should be showing up automatically, Bill. There's nothing to do. It's not. I don't believe it's a. I don't think it's a. Okay, it is. It is now an option. Okay, so if you right click on a chart and where it says show smart risk levels, you just check that. Okay, that's weird, Mike. That would be like that. I mean, it's the same. That's very weird. Yeah, I didn't, Bill. I didn't realize it was an option anymore. It never used to be an option. It used to just show up. But I guess people, some people don't like to see it. So let's take a look at MRAM on the weekly chart. So what I see is some potential resistance right around 647. That's the high of last week. I can see right there. Actually, that's not true. It's right there. Yeah, we don't have fib extensions, and they're looking. The only one they're looking to do right now is they're looking to add Bollinger Bands. But if you're looking for a full-blown charting package, this is not it. Okay, I'm going to flat out tell you it's not it. We don't have a lot of indicators. But this is what we do have and we're planning to have. So the Bollinger Band is probably the big one that people are waiting for, but if you're looking for a more robust charting package, this is not it. This is fine for me. Oh, was that right? Okay. Well, gentleman asked me in the YouTube feed. Maybe okay, that might be right. How do you see it? And that's why I was confused because I thought it was automatic, but okay, I guess it is an option that's coming. Personally, I don't. I mean, I know some people don't want to see it. I don't find it that intrusive. Well, I mean, some of them. I mean, obviously, the open profit is just okay. How if you still have a trade that's open, that's the open profit. Maximum profit would have been okay if you could get out at the absolute high. What did it hit at the absolute high if you're going long? What would have been the maximum profit if you could have got in right at the penny of the alert and got out right at the maximum high? Things like that. Risk on profit is just if you were still in the trade, even if the trade was stopped out for a variety of reasons, other than a pure stop out, like actually hitting the stop. But as you know, the trades, AI will get out of the trades. Most of the strategies have a hold time, so it could be 45 minutes, 60 minutes, 120 minutes. So the AI gets out of the trade regardless of how it's trading. And by that I mean, the trade could be still working really well, but it's going to get out because that particular strategy was optimized for a certain hold. Risk on means you're still in the trade. Yeah, so DD, I mean, it's just the nature of how there are a lot of people who are new to trading, and they will see a post like that, and this is, and when they see something that, well, CNET's going to do what BDR did next week, we just can't have that. Now, if you'd said something like you just said, okay, then it's speculation, and then that's okay. Well, right here, exit price is right here. I mean, the stop price or the exit price is right here. These are just columns, okay? I mean, there's a lot of columns. Just right click. If you don't have that column, then just find it. It's all alphabetical order. So we have a lot of columns here. Now, as far as the target is concerned, most of these strategies, you have to look at the individual strategy, and you have to sort of see, okay, like a lot of these strategies will have certain hold periods. Some of them will have, a lot of them will have targets either. And look, the targets are very unscientific. That's why I don't pay attention to them, to be honest. The only thing I will pay attention to is the stop. But what does a $1 target mean? It means nothing. It's just the way the strategy's been optimized. But I mean, if a trade is working and it's getting close to the target, the so-called target, why would you get out? So I don't pay any attention to the target. Welcome, Alejandro. Meanwhile, yeah, it works. How are you able to short that? So the stop loss is an algorithm, okay, that is, I guess it's proprietary, shall we say? Okay, so it's an algorithm. Sometimes it could be a combination of the low of the day, the VWAP, but so it is all fed into the system, and that's how a stop loss is calculated. Profit exit is, as I was saying before, sometimes a stock you'll let's just say, for argument's sake, this was an AI alert, works, okay? Let's just say that the alert was right here at 176. The AI will look at this, and hopefully what it'll do is, let's say it really starts to surge, but this strategy that it came from maybe had a 45-minute hold time. Now, if this stock was really ripping and then all of a sudden it started to pull back, well, as a human being, you would get out of that trade at least some. You're not going to just say, well, I'm dictated by the fact that this is a 45-minute hold strategy. So that's what the algorithm is supposed to do, also kick in. Saying, okay, yeah, I know the strategy was optimized for 45-minute hold, but I was in at $1.70. It's up at 2.20. It's starting to drop now. I'm getting out. So it's an algorithm that kicks in on the profit exit also. Now, sometimes I don't agree with it at all. Sometimes you'll see, and you hear me talk about it, that same stock. Again, I'm just using this as an example. This is not an AI trade today. But let's just say, again, it kicked in at 177. That was the alert. and for some reason the algorithm just doesn't kick in, and it can go below 177 and get out for a loss. You would never do that. Never, 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 never. At least I hope you wouldn't. That's why we're saying man and machine. Let the machine, it'll show you the alerts, and then best thing to do is to manage the exits on your own. I mean, why would you let a great profit turn into a loss just because the AI did not get out of the trade? I know people want to just be able to automate the whole thing. Just turn it on in the morning and count your money at the end of the day. I love to say that's all you have to do, but because people ask all the time, well, how do you use the AI? It's an open-ended question. There's so many different ways to use the AI. How I use it will be probably different from how a lot of people use it. I use it as a watch list, and I typically just look at stocks under $20. Today was a bit of a variation because of my bias against the airline industry, and so that's why I took the ALK short, even though it was a $30-odd stock. Well, I mean, are you talking about our RBI and GBIs? Is that what you're talking about? You can try it. I don't anymore because I can't put enough filters in place. You can try it though. I mean, you can look at it. I wouldn't use the confirmed. I would use these ones. But my problem is it's not customizable enough. So consequently, I just don't use it. Okay, so that appeared on mine also real or on the 15-minute chart anyway, RDFN popping through. Meanwhile, the SPY is officially at a new record. No, they're not too slow, Vicky. I mean, this is real time. Not the confirm you might be talking about, but I mean, this will give you. I mean, this absolutely. Well, that's what I said. It's useless until they update, give me more filters, but it's not too slow. I mean, this is so kin. I mean, that's a real time alert over the high of the previous candle. It's not a confirmation, so. Which you're right. I mean, that's why I don't use it. Yeah, there are plans. I can't now tell you which one. Well, I can sort of tell you. I mean, the Bollinger Band is sort of the next one that I know that obviously pretty popular. I don't know when it's going to happen though. I mean, I'm in a development version. That's why these are showing. Okay, can't tell you when it's going to happen. Yeah, I'm always in a development version. That's why sometimes people say, "Well, how come you have this and I don't?" And that's because I am a guinea pig. I mean, they always give us the development versions, and then we have to give them feedback about what might be broken. Very, very little. Very, very little. I've been using the beta development versions for years. Every time one came out, I would use it. Very, very, very little is like truly, truly broken. One of several. All right, 11:43. So I'm going to pop that link back into the room. Let's see if that is the no, wrong link. Just a second. I will want to put the YouTube link into the room for those of you who are very interested about trading your Interactive Brokers account using Brokerage Plus. Now's the time. Well, not quite now, but in about 15 minutes, you can go to the YouTube feed and Michael will be there for an hour. Oh, always, 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 always. If you can have the app, it's way better. Way better. Excuse me. I mean, the web-based version is. I mean, it's a great little version. Don't get me wrong, but it doesn't have Brokerage Plus if that's of interest. If you have multiple monitors, you cannot take windows and slide them over to your other monitors or trade it as windows, things like that. But if you're just on a laptop, one monitor, you don't care about Brokerage Plus, it's fine. We keep that's the next project is to try to get Brokerage Plus on the web-based version. The only reason to use the web-based, there's only two reasons to use it. Obviously on a laptop, because it's your laptop. You cannot, not sorry, not the laptop, but your tablet. You can't have can't download the app on a tablet, or if you have a Mac. But even then, we did a podcast a while back for Mac users. So yes, you can use the web-based version, or you can use an emulation program like Parallels, or you can use something like a cloud service like AWS. Most of the people that I know at Trade Ideas who have Macs, they're using Parallels, an emulation program called Parallels. What were you? Yeah, there we go, guys. The typical fade of the airlines. Now, the ALK was a little more dramatic earlier, but they're all, I mean, it's just like clockwork. Yeah, well, I would not necessarily be trying to short. Well, I mean, up here, I mean, this would be a great looking little short again. Hey, you see, just no shorts available now at Interactive Brokers. I don't even know how many were available when I took the short. I didn't really check. I just saw the big green dot. There are shorts available, but super low volume. I mean, that's really, really low volume. 31,000 shares. The Smart Homes of Tampa making an appearance. Yeah, another one, Range Resources, so getting close. So yesterday's high. This has room though. That's the only issue. It's got room. See if it takes out yesterday's high, or if it stumbles. Now they announced the financing. That was yesterday. A $300 million, but I don't see a price. It's kind of a weird financing. Okay, QIWI on the way down here. It's an earnings play actually. Yeah, it's actually an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market, but they did release earnings. QIWI. Yeah, that's right. They're out of Cyprus. Well, if you could short it, I mean, look at all the resistance. Maybe a little higher, but look at all the I mean, it's an ugly, ugly daily and weekly chart. But I mean, look at all the resistance on the weekly chart. In that 230 area. What, that BDR is still halted? A lot of nervous people, I'm sure. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just answering an email here. All right. Okay, guys, I think Michael is going to start in about a minute or so. So I just want to put my announcement in. I will be taking a break very soon. Oh, that might be from VRCA. Let me just see. That might be from a long time ago. I don't see a line anyway. I don't see a line. I have it 1046. Don't know what line you're, well, I'm looking at the daily chart. I don't see one. Not me. Well, I'm looking at my daily chart, VRCA. I have no lines. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average. That's it. Unless I'm not able to see this red line, there's a dotted line there. That's just a smart stop. I mean, but that's nothing to do. Okay. All right, guys, I just want to put my announcement in. I'll be taking my break very soon. Around 12:30. Oh, I'm on every day. No, 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 no. You don't have to do anything. Don't have to do anything. I'm not shutting the room down. I'm just taking a break. 9 a.m. to I start at 9 and I go to 3. 9 to 3 Eastern time. I'm going to put the YouTube link in one more time, okay? If you do want to follow Michael from 12 to 1 in the YouTube feed, then, and especially if you're interested in auto trading. I shouldn't say that. If you're just interested in trading using Brokerage Plus and your Interactive Brokers account, and he's got a lot of other information you can ask him questions on too. He's a very different trader from me. He's more of a swing trader. Okay, so you can go to the YouTube feed. This is what I'm talking about. See, I monitor this from 9 to 12 and then from 1 to 3. And then one of the other traders, Michael is today, takes over from 12 to 1. We have 5 different traders. So Monday to Friday, there's a different one. Today is Michael. Okay? I'm just waiting for him to show up and then I'll stop my feed there. Ah, he's streaming. Okay. Okay, guys, I am taking a break. I'm going to stop the YouTube feed right now.
All right, guys, just testing that you can hear me here. There's a little bit of a weird glitch getting started there. Usually I have more time to set things up and play a little tune and all that, but that's okay. So if someone can just put in the chat whether you can see me, and if I do this, you should be able to see my screen as well. Okay, I'm able to see myself there. Okay, so I think we're all good. Apologies, I'm just doing something on another screen. So again, if you guys are new here, essentially we just give Barry a much needed little break so he can kind of run off and take care of whatever he needs to. And we open up the chat for live support. So, if you guys don't know who I am, essentially, name is Michael, and I am Bon Para on Twitter and YouTube. Put that in there. There we go. I think that worked. So essentially, yeah, we just like to give him a little bit of vacation. Sorry, being distracted there for a second. Just had something I had to send off. We give Barry his little vacation. We answer questions. My name is Michael. I do a lot of the when it comes to the AI building and the trading and all of these different things. I like to take care of that there. So kind of auto trading and anything that you could kind of see from that. Build the strategies for the AI, back testing. The more quantitative side of the market is the one that interests me the most. So that's where I pay most of my time and attention. Started consulting with Trade Ideas a few years back, been a user of Trade Ideas for 15 or so years now. And just like to open everything up to have a just we know our program is complex, so what we like to do is we kind of give this time for you to ask any questions. And we have nothing really prepared because we're all traders that come on here as well, so we're trading in the morning and then we come to you guys. So the more questions you ask us, the better for sure. I see some there as well. How do I upgrade to a new version? I have 0.156. That is the new version for now. So you have the latest version. Basically down here on the your channel bar, this new here will light up when there's a new one uploaded. But 0.56 is the newest that's out there now. We're doing a lot of work internally with bug fixes and things like that. And Darren, I know I've talked to you about that, clearing out the positions as well. That's will be in the new version. We're just making sure that it's stable before we send it out. I keep the actual Brokerage Plus window open as opposed to the position windows, and that holds better. But in the version I'm using here, and in my this is a sim version. This is my real life trading here. It is fixed in the new version. So as soon as we get that stable enough to send out to you guys, that will be taken care of as well. I was hoping sometime this week, but I'm actually, the thing that I was doing where I was all distracted there at the beginning is trying to send in some bugs that I have found with the new version. But I'm gonna delete some of these just to make this small enough to send over. But yeah, just know we are actively working on all of these things, and we're trying to get a fix out for them as quickly as we can. But that's just kind of, that's software, right? Man, oh man, these. There. Man, oh man. There we go. I cannot see the stop shaded color areas on the chart. This is actually a setting that we're adding into the new version as well, where we're actually showing the ability to activate them and turn them off. You'll only see those areas if you click on the actual symbol from the AI window. However, if you're looking to see the shaded area for when the stop and when the, when you're in profit. So for example, if you look at this UAL, right, this area and this area, you have to click on that from an AI window or it won't show the shaded areas. If I just bring up EIX normally, sorry, brought it up there, but yeah, you just have to click on that through that chart, and it's only for AI symbols, right? The rest, we have those smart stops, but they're not really, they're just kind of suggested type things. Sorry, I just got an eye open on my normal account here. I'm looking to see, I'm in, well, I guess I can show you guys. I just got to be careful not to show account numbers or anything, but this is all live trading. And I'm just looking at my API trade. I'm in this guy here, about this area, I believe, yeah, in $43-ish area, and it just looks like it may get going from here. Don't really know what these guys do, but huge gap up, pull back, looks like it might try to reclaim that gap area. I think it could get interesting from there, so I just got an eye on that. Any target date for E-Trade? No ETA for any expanded brokerage stuff. Right, we're working on them, but no ETA. It's one of those things. It's like, think of it as construction on a house or something like that. You could give an estimated time on how quickly you think it's going to take, but if we start placing trades through it and we see issues or anything like that, then it's like, okay, what we've given this ETA, and then all of a sudden it's way quicker than expected. Hard to think of another brokerage being supported when B plus still has a lot of issues. It doesn't have a lot of issues. It's got that one order canceling issue, and then everything else works fine. Not the order canceling, the positions disappearing, but everything else works fine, right? If you guys want to get tripped out, okay, so this is Brokerage Plus inside our sim. This is what I use for testing and basically showing of you guys. Then if I open this up, this is a virtual machine within this virtual machine that's running Brokerage Plus on one of my live accounts. And then if I open this one, That's a virtual machine running in a virtual machine running in a virtual machine, and that's another Brokerage Plus account that I have running all the time. So I use it constantly. Works great. Certainly no problem debating this, taking profits on this guy. But yeah, so I run 3 to 4 versions of Brokerage Plus a day. Again, other than that position freezing window, there is no problems with it for sure. What are some recommended traders to follow on Twitter? Oh, that's a good one. I love, and I've met some of these guys. I haven't met others. Let's actually open up. Can I open up Twitter easily? Trader. So yeah, Trader Stewie, I really like. I'm not signed into my account, but I'll bring this over here. I really like Trader for swing trading. Again, it's all going to depend on your style, but he's a swing trader, uses very technical type patterns. He's a really good one to follow. Alpha Trends. Yeah, Brian Shannon is a great one as well. Another swing trend trader is a great one to follow. This guy called Bon Para here. I don't know who this guy is, but he looks pretty handsome. This guy, he's a really good follow. Just kind of, I'll throw that one in there. Who else do I really like? JC. I think he calls All-Star. Yeah, All-Star charts here. It's a great one. Those are probably 3 or 4 really good names, I'd say. Sean McLaughlin does our Twitter, our official Twitter account, so that's always a good one. There's usually some good bites there, but those are the guys some of the guys that I follow personally. But again, it's all about your style, right? If you're a day trader, you should try to find other day traders. If you're an algo trader, try to find other algo traders. If you're, a longer term investor, try to find other longer term investors, that type of thing. TOS has been having issues the past couple of days. Yeah, I heard a lot about that. I've heard they've been having some big problems. So we are looking to build out with them, but I'm with you. I am certainly a little bit worried when it comes to everything that's going on with them. What I hope is that since we connect to the API, we don't connect. Hopefully, we're not connecting to the actual Thinkorswim platform. We're connecting to, kind of an online API that it won't hurt. But to be honest, we all talked about this in Trade Ideas when the buyout happened and the run to zero commissions happened. We're like, we should expect this because it's you do something for free, you give away a product for free, and then how are you paying the developers to pick it up? And then when you buy a company and you buy their platform, really how much of the original very well paid devs did you keep, right? That kind of thing, right? Nothing will happen till after the merger with Schwab is done. Yeah, I don't know. The way I look at it is you're paying one way or the other, right? It's so I trade with Interactive Brokers, obviously, because I use Brokerage Plus, and as a Canadian, the whole zero commission thing hasn't really hit up here, but Brokerage Plus is actually pretty good commissions up here, in relationship to other stuff. And rumor at TD, yeah, no, they've confirmed that they're keeping Thinkorswim. It's not a question of whether or not they're going to keep it. They're not going to throw out the platform, right? It's got too many followers. It's got too much of a history. What's going to happen is maybe maybe they fire the staff that does it, right? Maybe they, want to employ their own staff to fix it, that kind of stuff. Um, so they're definitely going to keep Thinkorswim. I just don't know how much money and time and manpower they're going to sink into making Thinkorswim great. Uh, that would be my argument for it, right? The question is, right, is this zero calm thing actually going to work out? Because again, the way I look at it is I pay, you can see right here, these are my actual live trades. I don't trade huge. I trade enough to so that the risk is appropriate for me and the size of my account, and I don't pay much in the way of commissions. Maybe if you're a really active day trader, but then what's happening if you're a really active day trader and say I'm gonna buy KBR here, they're gonna sell your order flow and you're gonna get a worse fill, so they're gonna make money off that side anyway, right? So I don't know. I've heard just ever since the zero calm brokers have gone zero calm, a lot of platform issues, and I don't know if that's because of an increase in subscriber count, which can cause platform issues, or if it's a decrease in spending on, things like data farms and things like that. But I don't know. Who knows? We're just speculating here. I see Amazon Workspace. Do you run this in AWS? Yeah. So what you're seeing right now is actually Parallels, which is just a VM, a virtual machine for Mac users. I'm a Mac user, but and this is what you're seeing, the Parallels version. This is where I do my actual work. It's where I run my back tests. It's where I because it just works very quick and snappy. When I run my trading, however, my real trading, it's done on AWS. So this is an AWS server, and this is an AWS server. Okay, I've got to take some profits here. I'd be crazy not to. I've got 25 shares and I'm up $360. Let's sell 15 shares there. There we go. Lock in $250. It just can't, right? It's, again, to trading for a second. The reason I sold is you can see, so my purchase was down here. We've had a run up over the last couple of days. We're just tapping the highs here, and we've just been up, what's this, like 10, 15-minute candles in a row. So I took just half my position off, just put that money in my pocket. If it continues to go, I still have some. If it pulls back here, I've got out a chunk as well. It's the only thing really kind of lighting the world on fire here. Yeah, today's P&L on this one's 146, and today's P&L on this one is 650. Yeah, so I run my trading in AWS because I want to be able to connect to it from any device, right? So right now I've got my MacBook Pro and a giant monitor. Right after I'm done with you guys, I'm going to go out to the hammock and I'm going to bring my laptop out with me. And in the meantime, as I'm traveling there and everything, it will be, everything will be running in the cloud. And then, when the skies open back up, I do a lot of traveling for different places I deal with and consult with and all of that. I like to have everything run mobily. The other main benefit to it is the not needing to worry about power outages or internet outages. So all of those things combined to me make it worth the $30 a month for a AWS server, which is right. That's especially because it's a tax write-off. That's a very worthwhile expense to me. And then again, I do a lot of work. I've got an iPad with, now that it's got keyboard and mouse support, I carry that with me everywhere, and it has an AWS app. I can just open it up quickly and look at my trades and do all that. So again, that's just for me. So the question is, does E-Trade use trade idea scanners? Yeah. So E-Trade, let me see if I can find this. E-Trade Strategy Scanner, I think it's called, is a dated version at this point. But it is a version of trade ideas. So where is this? I don't know. There's videos about. Yeah, so this here might be kind of harder to see, but quiet you. But yeah, so this guy's just showing off the strategy scanner, and this is E-Trade. So it's essentially what you'd get with the standard version of E-Trade, or sorry, standard version of trade ideas like 5 years ago. They, you know, it's hard to update because we don't have full access to their system. So we'll say, hey guys, you want to add in our AI? And they'll go, no, no thanks. Things like that. So for very basic scanning functionality, it has that. When it comes to kind of more advanced back testing, price alerts, charting, AI, things like that, they don't have those things. So I like your style of trading. Do you have a layout people can follow? I do not. I'm not so much. The layouts I use aren't really important. I'm a back tester. I'm a quantitative trader. So for example, stocks like, do I even have kind of about how I will trade, I guess, if it interests you. I'm mainly a swing trader, and I'm mainly a swing trader because I've just found it works the best with my mindset, which is a slower, a slower style of thinking and a slower mindset. I like to build plans and strategies and then let systems implement those. So I don't do any of the trading myself. I do the management of the trades myself. I do some discretionary trades, but most of my trades will come from something like this, where I'll build a scan and I'll backtest it. And again, before people ask, I cannot share this one because it's just got a whole bunch of customs in it. But I'll build a scan like this and I'll test and I'll say, okay, I've got an idea. And my idea, this particular one, I don't mind giving the idea, I just can't share the scan, but it's looking for dojis. And anyone who's followed me for any length of time knows how I like dojis. It's essentially looking for this kind of style of a strong stock that's now pulling back, but it's above the short-term moving average. It puts in a doji yesterday, and then it breaks that today. That's the theory behind the scan. So I will see someone's trading, or I will watch a chart, or I'll generate an idea from somewhere. And then the beauty of trade ideas is I can then go test that idea, and I can say, okay, well, hold on, is this? Yeah, this is about right. I'll go and I'll test the idea, right? And I can see that this idea, although kind of choppy recently, has a pretty good risk reward, a pretty good win loss type of thing, right? And then from there, I will say, okay, so I know that if I took all of these trades, I would make money, not a lot of it, I would make some. And I will kind of watch as these tickers come in, right? So I'll watch and I'll take a look at maybe LVS, which would have come in early this morning, and I'll say, oh, let me see what's going to happen because it triggered in here. So what I'd probably do, and I have this on watch now, this LVS, is I would watch for it to reclaim these highs and enter a trade, right? And again, this is just one of the many styles that I do, but this is why I'm so quantitative in nature, is I want to make sure everything comes from something that is back tested, something that I know what the edge is. I don't have to guess what the edge is, right? So if we go through some of my live trading here, this OTRK is probably a perfect example, right? OTRK, right? It had I'm in what, 48.71. So let's say right here on the bigger chart. And again, it's the same kind of idea. It's a strong stock. It pulled back. It put in this little spinning top here. So I entered on not this next day, but I entered on this little tiny day after that, and right, stop right below here, and then away we go. Right, I'm what I like to call a 50% trader, where my win rates maybe gets into the 60% sometimes. So sorry, Bill, as I said, I cannot share that. It just has too many customs, cannot be shared. But that's just the way I trade, is from idea to back test, and then from back test to, okay, show me those stocks that make sense, and then go from there. So what I will do is I will scan, instead of watching this all day, because I don't want to do that, because I've got other things to do, and I'm to the point where I let all the robots do the trading and I pick the stocks. Now that I know that if you take a stock that's pulling back but is above the 10-day SMA on a strong stock, and it puts in a doji, and you buy it on strength the next day, now that I know that, I can just grab a scan, and let's just call it, let's just grab this one, see how it works. This is really small. This layout's meant to go on my iPad when I'm scanning at night, to be honest, because I do most of my stuff on the couch on an iPad, which is one thing I love about trading, is I will take, scans like this that look for dojis, and again, these are customs, and I will look for that particular setup the day before it would trigger. And if I see something that has that same kind of look and feel, then I can set that to enter from there. But that's more or less the way that I like to trade personally. Again, it's all got to be driven from some sort of a back tested theory, right? And the same kind of thing here, right? This is looking for these rounded bottoms, but what I'll do is I always start out with, okay, well, how are random bottoms working in this market? So I'll build a scan that takes the same filter set of what I'm looking at here, and then I'll just run a back test on it. So what would happen if I entered these and I held them for 2 days? Let's just ignore stops and stuff for now. And then I can test how well that works. And if it works well, then it's something that I will look to trade. And if it doesn't work well, then it's just not something that I want to look at. So where I spend my time looking technically is decided based off what my scans say for a back tested type of a nature, right? Pre-market volume scans. I don't. The best way to get our pre-market stuff, to be honest, is just our pre-market channel we have right here. If that chart's pinned, let me get rid of that. Pinning stuff is very dangerous. There we go. So all of our pre-market stuff's right here. So this will show anything that's going crazy in the pre-markets, and you'll go from there. Is there a generic odds maker? You can run the odds maker on any alert window you want. So what I would do, what we always suggest that everyone does, is take whatever your written tested trading plan is and then test it. And if I say written tested trading plan and you guys have no idea what I'm talking about, then please stop trading and build and test a trading plan. You'd be shocked how many people we see come in and they don't have a plan. They don't have a plan that they've sat down and they've written, and what ends up happening a lot is, if you were to do any other style of business, I can see your post. I'm asking the generic backtesting question right now as we speak, right? So there is no generic backtest, because it's going to be, what do you want? You can't just run a backtest and just say, tell me what works, right? It's just not the way the market works. You got to say, here is my trading plan that I've worked so hard on creating. I've got my idea from this, and then you can build it from there. So there is no generic backtest, but build whatever your trading plan is. If you don't have a trading plan, stop gambling and create one, and then start testing that. Oh, I know I'm on the wrong layout. You guys can't see that screen. There we go. Well, again, see, they've come out and said they're keeping Thinkorswim. That's not a question anymore. We know they're keeping Thinkorswim. The question is, how much work are they going to put into Thinkorswim? This is an interesting chart right here too. This NKXT came from a back-tested scan. Nice rounded bottom here. It's very interesting. What do these guys do? Pharmaceutical preparation and manufacturing, of course. Cross above resistance will work. Can you talk about how it works? So our cross above resistance alert, essentially it just looks at, so say a price hit $10 or hit $60, fell back, hit $60, fell back. The system would classify this as resistance, an area that's been tested a few times but not violated. So when it breaks, that's when the alert will occur, when it breaks that area. Now, how you set it for times is just basically how long you want this resistance area to be. So, if you're okay with it hitting a price maybe 3 or 4 times in 10-15 minutes and then breaking through, you would leave it blank. But if you want it, this area of resistance to be an area of resistance for 5 hours, you'd put in 5 hours, right? If your trading plan says you want it to be in for multiple days, note there's about 6 hours in a trading day, and you could say 12 hours, and then that area has been tested a few times within 2 days, but not yet broken. And that's kind of what that one does. It's like an algorithm in an algorithm. So it's just looking for areas that are tested. So AXA, right, it triggered right here. And that's probably because it saw, and this is using the cross through resistance alert, it saw this and this is resistance, and it saw that it broke it in through here. So it would trigger that as a breakthrough resistance alert. Asking, I don't have a trading plan. Well, I will say, if you don't have a trading plan, please don't trade. Our simulator is great for that, right? Because, you wouldn't put money into a business plan, or you wouldn't put money into a restaurant without a business plan. So don't put money into the markets without a plan on what to do with them. But a little bit of a self-plug here. I do this series with my fiance, Jessica, where when we were locked away in quarantine, we sat down, and she was always interested in what I was doing and learning to trade. So I have taught her how to trade. So that playlist I just put in chat there goes from the very basics of what is a stock up to technical analysis, statistical analysis, fundamental analysis. We're actually about to record soon the actual trading plan part of it as well. So, it's like 35 episodes long. That will be a good place to start. We're going to take a little break soon, go on vacation, and then we're going to come back, and she's going to start paper trading, which is what you do after you build your trading plan. You start paper trading it to see how well it works. And only after you've achieved a fair amount of profit on your paper trade, then you go and start trading live money. So we're kind of at the stage with her where we've gone over, you know, the chart patterns. We've gone over what you look at from a fundamental point of view. You know, the stats that you look at, like short float and things like that. We've taught all that. And I've set her up with a simulated account with trade ideas. Again, what you're seeing here is, you know, I just place a few trades in here for something to show you guys when I'm on. But yeah, so we're kind of at the stage where she's on the sim playing. And then once she has an actual written trading plan together and she starts trading that in the sim and we show some good returns and profits there, then it will be off to the races with some live money. I'll seed her with a $10,000 swing account or something and let her see what she can do. Again, I'm biased, but I think it's a really good series. It gets better as it goes, so bear with the first couple episodes because they were all edited by me, and I'm bad at it. The later ones, she is starting to take it and edit it, and you know, removed all the times I ho and hum and all this, and go from there. So. What percentage do you have set on your yesterday doji scan? I don't know what you mean. What percentage I have sent. I can show you it, but again, there's custom formulas in here. So if you load it up, it will be wildly different unless you have U98 and U99 programmed the same way I do. But really all it's looking for is a down in 5 days above the 10-day SMA in the top end of yesterday's range, and again, these custom formulas which create a doji. That's kind of the whole thing, is those custom formulas. Question with the 1 minute bottoming tail. Let's take a look at the 1 minute bottoming tail. I think the percentage. So here's another good thing this is a good idea. So if you ever click on an alert and you're like, man, I want to know more about that alert, you can right click on it and click help, or you can actually just click help right here and it will load up this cool website that takes a second. It's a pretty heavy website. But it will actually show you what these mean. So it says right here, these alerts are graded on how closely the stock matches the ideal shape of the stock pattern. 0 means no match at all. Of course, this is a poor match, unlikely to report an alert. 100% would be an ideal match. Again, this would be ideal in extreme case. Very few alerts will reach 100%. So the question is, how closely do you want this to match? If you want it to be, actually, let's just open up a new alert window. And instead of doing let's start from scratch, and then let's do 15 minute bottoming tail. Yeah, so if I take this and I put in 100, let's make it 90. Right, I want it very, very close to kind of what this picture is, basically. And what we'll see here is only a few stocks, yeah, that perfectly match that. Let me put in some average true range and that kind of stuff, so we're not looking at junk. Average daily volume is a good one too. Let's make that. And I don't know, let's make that 50 cents. Let's see what we see here. I don't think there'll be much, because when you get really specific like that, it's very hard to find things that match it, right? But it's, I guess, short answer long is that it's just how closely you want those to match. You know, always test, right, is the way to go about doing it. Right, so this one, you can see it's this candle right here. Let's go into today. Same with this, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 reds, and then that bottoming candle right there. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4 reds, bottoming candle right there. That one didn't work. Same, this one doesn't look as good, but that's technically matches. So yeah, same with this one, couple yesterday and then here today. So yeah, it's basically how close you want that to match, how close you want it to match the candles that are coming into it, and then how much things are kind of going after that. It's kind of interesting to see. See how that tests. That's interesting. Not much data to it. Now I wouldn't trust that back test as far as I could throw it. 42 shares or 42 trades. But yeah, it's just how closely you want the algorithm to match. And if generally speaking with those, you can leave them blank a fair amount, and you'll get decent results. Right, lift 130, so it would have been right here, would have alerted it. So it's a decent little pullback scan. I'm just testing some things because I got an idea. And this is how, no, that doesn't work very good. This was my idea that I saw when I brought up BABA. It showed BABA right here. And I kind of liked that it included yesterday's values. So here was, right, the 2 candles that were red yesterday, the 2 candles that were red today, and then a bottoming tail through there. So I was just looking to see if there was, get out of here, if there was a way to see if that worked, right? You know, taking these things as kind of a fake out. But again, that's kind of the weird question there. Let me take a look. Why is that graph showing? So this is, sorry, there's been a few here and that may have confused you. Again, this is my real account and this is just a paper trading account I use to test weird things. So why is the graph showing over 4,000 but the windows do not show that? My information is all over the place, conflicting info. It's very confusing. Let me help you with this, and this may be where you're finding some issues, right? If you take, so this, hold on. Here, bring that up like this. So this says negative $4,000 today's P&L. If you take the column of today's P&L and you sum these, they will equal this amount, right? So don't look at open P&L or closed P&L, right? Look at today P&L because we're looking at today P&L, right? So you may have been just looking at a column that's not reflected right there. Thankfully, we tell you, right? It says today's P&L. Might be hard to see on the stream right there. So if we take 187 plus 70, subtract 57, subtract 364, subtract 1625, subtract 2120, you can see, right, this is updating as I'm typing that in. You can see it matches perfectly. So no need to be confused, right? Just take your time and take a look and say, okay, This is saying today's P&L. So which of these columns would it make sense to reference, right? Today's P&L. Now you can click on this and you see how it can change to total P&L. Now all of these trades were entered today, so today's P&L and total P&L will be the same. But let me bring up my live account here. You can see today's P&L. Let's do it with this one. Yeah. So you can see it says today's P&L is 120 bucks. And if I click on that, and if I summed up this column, today's P&L, that would be the sum. If I click total P&L, my total P&L right now is $785. And if I sum up the total P&L column, that will equal. So if that makes more sense to you, again, just look at whatever this column's saying and then sum up whatever columns are here, and that will equal for you. If something's weird between the two of those and you're sure you're reading them correctly, it's probably a data plan issue that you have with Brokerage or with Interactive Brokers, but I just showed you there that one works as well. Iris, I don't know. Sorry, I came in just now. Can I repeat? Can I repeat what? I've been here for 45 minutes. I'm not too sure what you need repeated. What's your question, I guess, is a better way to word about it. What is it that you need help with trade ideas? So if you're struggling there, 2222 with Brokerage Plus, your best bet is to, let me grab this for you. I did this walkthrough, and this walks through step by step by step slowly on what to do on how to set up, on how to enable, what to do, what you need for a data plan with IB. That covers everything for setup and use of Brokerage Plus. Can I repeat how I trace stocks before they rise? I have my own trading style. Again, I can't go back over. That was about a 20-minute conversation, just not enough time in the stream. What I would do, I just, instead of looking at what I do to track stocks, because of course no one knows how to trace stocks before they rise, right? We're all just guessing. It's just what strategy do you use and what strategy have you written down. So I would refer to your own trading strategy on how you look at that. We offer the tools to help you with that trading strategy. So again, for example, I like things like dojis and hammer candles, and I'm a very candlestick driven trader. You may not be, right? So just make sure you're following whatever meets that trading plan the best. And then again, it's all risk management, guys. Trading is 100% risk management. The best traders in the world are right 60% of the time, 55% of the time. The best guys out there. So just build your plan, test your plan, employ really rigorous risk management strategies, and you'll be fine. I just can't stress enough how much it's all risk management. And even if we go look at my trading, I bet you, right, just look at, I'm down on all these guys, right, and I'm up on all these guys. So that's probably about a 50-50 split. Oh, it says right here, 66% accurate right now. And right, it's all you need. If you can be 55% accurate, you're golden. The real number that matters is this one right here, which is your profit factor, which just is a combination of your winning percentage and your average win-loss. So you can see the reason why I'm doing so well isn't so much because I'm accurate all the time. That's 4 in every 10 or 3 in every 10 trades are losers, right? Nearly half. What's really doing it is on my losers, on average, I'm losing about 61 bucks. And my winners, on average, I'm making about 140 bucks. That's all there is. I'm telling you that the second you get that internalized, that's when your trading changes around. There's so many people out there trying to chase the accuracy, right? They're like, oh no, I need to be 70, 80, 90% accurate. It just doesn't happen. It's too random to happen. So yeah, so for the gentleman who was struggling with Brokerage Plus, take a look at that video. It's like 30 minutes long. I have it separated by sections of what you're trying to do. It goes over everything. Everybody who's actually kind of sat down and watched it the whole way through, we're noticing has very few issues when it comes to setting up and using Brokerage Plus, because I sat down. The video was originally like an hour and a half long, and I edited it all down. I removed anything that was useless. I added in things that weren't. It's certainly the most comprehensive guide we got going right now. Again, I'm biased because I made it, but I think Barry has had the same experience. No problem. No, we keep, and as we build things in, we'll continue to add to that. I basically set up that video so that I can go in and I still have the raw file, so I can go in and I can edit it later if we add new features or anything like that. But it goes over kind of this one-click order entry, which is a great thing that I love and works just absolutely flawlessly. You can see how I just clicked there on the chart, and then I clicked on where I'd like to buy this WVE, which is something that I'm actually looking at over on my other account as well. And I was able to just click and say, if it gets here, buy it. If that gets triggered, put the stop at the low of the day. Boom. Unfortunately, I can't trade with E-Trade on your platform. That's right. You can only trade with Interactive Brokers at this time. Both E-Trade and Thinkorswim, which we're building out on, are both having really dramatic difficulty. But again, it doesn't, how much do you need auto trading to be successful? And that's all about your trading plan. If you have a very active and fast intraday trading plan, then yeah, you would need, an auto trader works. If you're a swing trader like I am, I use Trade Ideas auto trading and I love it because it takes time out and it simplifies my life. But I could still trade without it. What I really need Trade Ideas for is finding the things to trade. So that's the real power. Having them auto traded is like a bonus that just kind of takes, it basically gives me back an hour or two a day of actually watching the stocks. But yeah, none of that address will be related to your trading plan at all, though, right? First, come up with that trading plan and test it. And it's like, that's the thing that no one wants to do because it's not fun, but it's the most important part of trading. If you don't know what you're supposed to do in any given situation, how do you know whether or not you've done the right thing in any given situation? How do you know, right? It's one of those things. There is the there's, so say for example you lose money that day and you don't have a trading plan. Well, how do you know what went wrong, right? How do you know if it was just random? Again, if you're right 80% of the time, that means 2 in every 10 trades you're going to lose on, right? So does that mean that that the problem occurred via your plan, or did the problem occur via not following your plan, right? Is the plan the issue, or is you the issue? And because it's such a random environment, we always find the people without the plans, they struggle the hardest because they just don't know what's going wrong. That's I could, in theory, walk into my office tomorrow and slam my forehead as hard as I can on my keyboard and make money. Doesn't mean it was a good plan, right? And I could, at the very same time, follow my plan meticulously and do everything correctly and lose money because it's random. So, you're not trying to judge yourself on a single trade or a single day or a single week or even a single month, right? What you're trying to do is say, this is the plan that I've worked very, very hard to create, and I know it has a positive expectancy because of X, right? I've back tested it, or I've seen people I know and trust use it, or whatever it is, and then it's discipline in following that plan. So you can sit back at the end of every day and say, I did everything right. If my plan didn't work, just wasn't my day, right? Oh, no problem, Mike. See, I didn't see you there in the beginning. Usually, oh yeah, I zoomed up. You're in there. Hope everything's going well, Mike. But yeah, I just think that's, and I get on these rants, and if you follow my YouTube channel, you'll hear me get on these rants on my YouTube channel as well. But it's one of those that I just need to keep saying. I just run into so many traders that are just, I read a book or watched a YouTube video and now I'm a trader, and it just doesn't work that way in the long run, unfortunately. And it's I speak as someone who was the same, right? Who was just like, oh yeah, I'm just going to trade, make a bunch of money. And that was 15 years ago when I started this journey. So it's, I from experience, I can tell you the importance. I would follow that video, with the issues with Brokerage Plus. So to turn on the strategies, again, this is all shown. You'll just go right click and click enable, and now they're on. And if you want to turn them back off, you can just right click and click disable, and there they go. So if you need to get out of currently running positions, right, then you just go to your positions. Oh, I just closed it. Sorry, hold on. Go to your positions tab, right, and just click, and you can click flatten, and that will get rid of your positions. You can just do an offsetting order, right? If I'm long 100 shares of Apple, I can just sell 100 shares of Apple. They're off, but the strategies trade happen all day long. No, if they are off, they will not trade. We know that for 100% sure. So if these are off, and they say off here, they're not placing trades. Those trades are coming from somewhere else, or you have something enabled somewhere else. If they're off, they cannot. They're physically disconnected from the code base, so they can't place trades. Again, I would sit down. That video's, I know it's a half hour long, but just grab a cup of coffee, watch it the whole way through. Set it up exactly the way I show. Make sure your data plan with IB is correct. If you're playing with IB, IB delays their data to all of their clients by default until you go pay them, which is wildly unfortunate, but it's the way it happens. Right? It's just right. Discretionary long and short cannot be turned off. So discretionary long and short are not trading strategies, right? So you can turn these on and off, but these are not trading strategies. These are accounting lines for your trades. So any trade that's in discretionary long or discretionary short is a trade that you have made yourself, or you've reset the system and it doesn't know which trade it should be associated with. But these cannot and will not trade. And again, that's I hit that like 7 times in that video, just to make sure people know, because we get a lot of worry with these too, where they think that these are trading strategies, but they're not. They're just accounting lines. So for example, right, if I go and I short Apple, let me just short 100 shares of Apple. You will see, if I go back into the strategies, my discretionary short will now have that Apple position in it. So these are not trading for you. These are your trades. And it's just recording where they came from because it just doesn't know where they came from. I had two trading strategies enabled. The appropriate trade, the other one did. Again, Debbie, if it's set up correctly, right? I've got 3 accounts on the go, and within Trade Ideas, we've got another 10. If it's set up the way the video is said, if you have the data plan that you're paying out of pocket every single month for IB4, and it's all enabled correctly, everything will run the way it should. The only current issue right now that we're dealing with is the positions disappearing from the position windows every now and then. They come back when you reconnect. And people trading through multiple accounts are having some issues. But other than that, Holly isn't taking inappropriate trades. And again, discretionary long and short, that's your trades that we're just recording there. So really suggest watching that video. It covers all of those things. That being said, Barry is giving me the hook. So I am going to take off, guys. It was great chatting with you, and I will see you guys next time I stream.
Okay, kind of watching this KVHI. Just took out 9 again. Little pullback, little pop. I mean, it has some room. What did I say before? Well, there's the high. I mean, it takes out 910. That could get it running. You know, then it has some room all the way up to 10. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but yeah, no kidding. I keep kidding, but we need somebody who watches CNBC. Let us know who's going to be on ahead of time. Always good for maybe a little bit of a pop. Nah, you've soured me on that trade. Okay, I have to do my video now. So let's see, what time is it? 101. I should be back by about 125. No later than. All right, guys, putting myself on mute in both feeds. All right, guys, I'm back. And you see something here. So this is just kind of inching up this KVHI. What's the spread like? 908, 912. Not very dynamic. All right, Red Bull, or you didn't ask me about that one yesterday, VNet or RNet? Or somebody asked me about it yesterday, RNet. I remember bringing it up. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was VNet. Yeah, I mean, look, it's up. Decent volume, low float. The high looking left on the month is 469. So, it takes that out. A couple of highs there almost, 474, 469. So after that, yeah, I mean, if it can somehow find its way to get through that, then the next highs on the monthly is 678. So, I mean, it looks interesting. It's through the 200 day a few days ago. It's had a nice run. Just a minute. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Just have some housekeeping to do. Well, nobody really knows what the deal is in terms of BDR. I mean, it's been halted for news. I mean, earlier it was halted for volatility. It seems to be the reason it was going crazy today. It seems to be some insider trading action. I mean, insiders buying. Okay. That seems to be the reason why it did what it did. Why it's been halted now for news, um, your guess is as good as mine as what the actual reason is now. Could be a SEC halting them to say, hey, like really, what's going on with your stock? Could be something else they're going to announce. We don't know. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, all I can say, there it is, halted because of news. That's it. Nothing more, nothing more, nothing less. It was halted earlier, because of volatility. But we've seen this sort of thing before, a stock that goes crazy for seemingly no reason. The SEC will sometimes just step in and say, what's going on? And they have to come up with some kind of an answer. Usually it's, I don't know. We know of no material reason why the stock is doing what it's doing. You know. Well, I'm sure there was one halted for. Yeah, the king. No, I'm sure you've already. Haven't you asked that question before? Not in this room. We go from 7 to 7. I mean that's just the way it is. Okay. We go our data comes in starting 7 in the morning Eastern time and up to 7 o'clock in the evening Eastern time. Yeah, they already did release a statement, and wow, I should be writing these things. So there's a statement. The company knows of no reason. Okay, no material developments. I swear I did not read this. Okay, before I commented about 30 seconds ago. No, I just thought. I'm sorry. I don't mean the king. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. No, you didn't ask me that before, but I just thought I recognized your nickname as somebody who has asked that before. I mean, there is we're getting more and more requests to have our data start earlier, and we're looking at it. One of the things is that, our system, because of what it's doing, has to run through a massive routine of all the data, and it doesn't finish until I'm trying to think of when they said, and it's almost right up to 7 o'clock, 4 in the morning Eastern Pacific time. It might be a little bit earlier that it finishes. So, but to have it start literally at 4 in the morning Eastern time, I just don't know if that's going to be a possibility. CSTL. Are you talking about this red line down here, the dotted line? That red dotted line on the daily chart, tank, for CSTL? No, are you talking about the red dotted line here for the smart stop? I mean, these are just automatically generated by the system. Okay, okay, a solid one. Let me see if I can generate one. It's only going to happen if I click on a real time alert, get a real time alert, and what it'll do, it'll draw that line, and that line basically is showing you where the next high in the daily chart is. But it only happens if you have an alert window that is giving you alerts for new highs of the day. So it'll draw, obviously, it'll draw a line to the next daily high. Ever, ever, ever? Okay. No, but we are getting a lot of requests. I mean, I've passed it on. Believe me, I've passed it on about the extending the hours a bit. But certainly out of my control. It's all to do with the work that gets the system has to start doing after 7 at night Eastern time. All right, guys. So now, what am I going to do? 131. Sort of missed all these. I'm going to clear this. Auto 283. Let's see. Take a WVE 955. Ooh, that was a nice one. I missed that one. 103. I was doing my video. 955. 992 now for WVE. Yeah, well, lucky for you, you had who's your broker, Lily? Who that you had shorts? Who is your broker? Most of us did not have shorts anymore for AESE. No, I'm not talking to you, Ali. I'm talking. I have no lessons on how to read charts. No, sorry. I mean, there's tons of stuff on the internet. Chart reading. Just type that in. I mean, I don't have any specific lessons on how to read a chart. How to read a chart too is I don't even want to call it's not really science. It's sort of an art. What I see on a chart might not be the same as what William sees on a chart or Real sees on a chart. Okay, I won't use you as an analogy or as an example, William. Again, I mean, I have a very simple way of looking at things. So, looking at the daily, weekly, monthly, daily, weekly, monthly, daily, weekly, monthly. How much room does the stock still have? And if you're wondering, what do I mean by room? Well, somebody asked me about semi earlier. Nah, it's still not. So, imagine if there comes a day that CEMI, finally breaks out over 6 and stays there. So you look left on this weekly chart and look what it could do. I mean, look at all this area up here. There's no resistance, as an example. Okay? So, I mean, this is a pretty good example of something, but it has been the most frustrating thing because it's tried 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times on the weekly chart to really break out, and it just hasn't done it. CGN, is it finally pulled back? No. Wow, it's still strong. So let's look at CGN as an example. I mean, I'm going back to 2010. I mean, somebody said they went back to year 2000 and they found a high, but in all intents and purposes, I mean, this is an all-time high, even though it doesn't say that right there. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to go back further than 10 years to check to see where it was. So, this is a nice breakout on the weekly, on the daily. We don't know where it's going, but we know this. There is no resistance other than people taking profit. I mean, that's really the only resistance, and there's no chart resistance. Imagine all of this being right up here. What would you think? So read a chart that way. You don't want to see like a mess like this. If you're, for instance, if you were thinking, boy, I wonder if I should buy this stock, and all of this was just above it, right up here, you'd have to, you'd really have to second guess a decision to buy a stock when it has a ton of resistance just overhead. What is the SPY doing? So the Dow's up a little, NAS is up a little, SPY's up a little. All I saw was Blink dropping this morning. I didn't really. We saw this. Who was the short seller? I see. Yeah, short seller Powers. Oh, I guess I could read the full article. Culper Research. Never heard of them. So there's another one to follow. Culper Research calls the company a scheme to pillage minority investors to the benefit of insiders. Not shortable for me. I think that's one of the reasons I looked at that. No, 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 no. Blink. BLNK. 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 Not AESE. That was about Blink. Yes. When does new? Well, we start getting our data at 7 in the morning, so you'll start to see news at 7 in the morning anyway. But when you check on the news, there could be news from the previous day, the evening, But in fact, I'm not even sure if you load trade ideas at say 6 Eastern time. I'm not sure what you see. You probably see news. I'm sure you see news. Just that I'm not up that early. Remember, I'm on the West Coast, so wow. Look at the volume that just has just come into INOD. Look at this volume coming into INOD, low float, 22 million in the float. To do what, Tank, in terms of dropping $500? To do what exactly? Well, you can do that with IB, I'm sure. I mean, IB starts at 4 in the morning Eastern time. In terms of trading. Welcome, Lito's dad or Lito's dad. Welcome to the room. Yeah, Interactive Brokers. I mean, that's the one that's why a lot of people want our data to start earlier. I mean, you can start trading at 4 in the morning, Eastern time. Just get you into something good. Well, when you say clobbered, are you talking about going from 240 down to whatever, like 230? Is that your definition of a clobber? Why is the after hours channel much different than pre-market? Well, I don't know. I mean, I never trade after hours. Okay, never. Never is. I rarely have initiated a trade in a stock after hours. I may take a stock out that I'm in during market hours and trade and get out of it after hours. But there's way more action in the pre-market. I mean, come on, there's way more action. Once the market, in theory, closes at 4, yes, you get some of the movers. If they're, especially during earnings season, you'll get a lot of stocks that, of course, release earnings after hours. But it's just not the same. Pre-market is just way, way differently. It's way different, just in terms of the activity. I don't even, to be honest, I haven't looked at our after hours channel in, other than just to show people that it exists, but I haven't really paid any attention to it. And that's just me. There are a lot of people I'm sure that like to trade after hours, and that's great. There you go. So you know what I mean. Again, this is, yeah. I mean, I just don't. Maybe the other thing too is I'm just too tired. I mean, hang around after hours. I mean, it's just a long day. So to try to concentrate on things that are moving after hours, I just don't. I'm just not interested. A lot of the after hour movers, of course, are going to be the pre-market movers anyway. Pre-market movers the next day. Okay, so are you talking about? So you're talking a buy arrow that literally says buy, right? Okay, so that's the AI. Those are previous AI alerts. So for instance, 2 days ago, there was an AI alert for LMPX. There's the buy. Hover over it, and you can see what the entry was. So that's what drives it. You cannot see the list because you have to be, if you are, yeah, it's previous days. If you're an AI, if you're a premium subscriber, then you have access to all of this just by doing a history, running a history. But if you're not an AI subscriber, you can't see that. Well, all you have to do is make sure you have this window open. The strategy trades all window open, and just right click history. And then you can, click on yesterday, or pick a time frame. I think you can go back. I know at least 30 days, maybe 60, but I'm not 100% sure. I rarely go back. So in other words, to have that window open, did it open? It did resume, and the answer is yuck. Ooh. So that's why. Okay, so that is why they halted the stock, guys. They halted the stock because the SEC said, "What's going on? Why is your stock doing what it's doing today?" And again, they came out with the statement that I thought they'd come out with. We don't know anything that material has happened to this company, and we don't know. We just don't know. Yeah, so trading lady, I don't really know. I don't really look at the macro environment of a lot of these. Oil plays, oil sector, energy sector. So somebody else might have a far better idea, but I certainly don't. I don't really think of it like that. I don't, a foreseeable jump in prices. I mean, what is going to make the oil, like, what is it going to make oil jump? Obviously, the world has to get back. And unless you think the world's getting back anytime soon in a big way, what's going to get oil going? So, I mean, and really, nobody really knows the answer to that question. Well, are you talking right now what is happening or what had happened during the day? Yeah, okay. Well, you obviously just showed up into the room. I mean, it's this news is pretty accessible. You know, Odyssey tournament sets company viewership record. All you have to do a lot of times, I'm not trying to wave you off or anything like that, but a lot of times you just have to do a search. Okay, you just search on the symbol, and whether you use our news or just do a search in Google, but this is the reason. Okay, that's the reason. All right, guys, just kind of clicking on some alerts and from my other windows that you cannot see. Just checking to see if there's anything that could be interesting. There is, Pablo. Yes, there is. So I'm going to give you a great video. This covers what you just asked and more. It's a long video, about 27 minutes long, but it's well worth watching. Okay. You're welcome. Well, you can set a sound alert. You can just set a sound alert, right click and actions, and play sound. Set up the sound alert right on your AI window so that when you hear the sound, if you wanted to, I mean, you can minimize the window, and so it would pop up when there's a new alert. I don't like to do that because I want to follow the alerts all day long. Okay, because I'm always watching to see whether or not there might be a re-entry area. But you can certainly put a sound alert on it. Put a unique sound on it so you'll know when there's a new symbol, when there's a new alert. You've set a sound alert before? Not necessarily on the AI, but it's the same print. Okay, so it's exactly the same. Exactly the same. Right click, actions, and then just follow this. So you want this window loaded. This is the window that I suggest you have loaded. And from the toolbar, new, AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, that one right there. You do that, here's your window. And you can save this then as part of your layout. You don't have to do it every morning. Just save it as part of your layout. And so in the morning, just wait. Obviously it'll be empty when and then you just wait for the alerts to happen, and you'll have your sound alert. Have I explained it correctly? Okay, good. Boy, I hope not too many people were in the room that had that BDR. You know what? FOMC at two o'clock. Boy, what a non-event that has become, really. Well, I'm kind of waiting on this INOD to see if these two topping tails really meant anything. There was another one there to see if it really wants to break down INOD. If it's an alert window, I don't know the Extreme Master Blaster. If it's an alert window, any alert window, you can backtest. Yeah, you can't. No, unfortunately, you can't. You could break out the individual windows, okay, and then backtest the individual windows, but you cannot backtest the entire multi-strategy window. You know how to break them out? You know how to break out the alert windows? Well, the problem with BDR, of course, when you get into a halt situation, you can have all the best intentions of having a stop. But you can't, you might say, okay, I mean, let's just say for argument's sake, okay, so that's when it was halted. So it moved up, and then you thought, oh, what the heck, maybe I should take some right around here on this little pullback, okay? No, I wouldn't have done that, but okay. And then, and I'll put my stop at, 316, okay? Well, you can't, then you get in a halt, you're not going to get taken out at 316. I mean, it's just that simple. I mean, it doesn't happen that often. Well, let's see. Looking at well, that's quite a piece away though. Looking at the 15-minute chart, you might think there's some support. Well, I would look at 11. You never know. 11 might hold it up. That is a nice a green bar ignored though. There's a downtrend, the momentary pause with that green bar, totally engulfed by the previous red candle, and it continues down. Look at IMBI go. This has been a kind of a wild trader. Look at the topping tail and the bottoming tail. Oops, yesterday for IMBI. So this had earnings, big reaction. I mean, it's still positive, but it certainly closed below the open. And look at the bottoming tail and topping tail, real indecision. However, this is getting more interesting if it can maintain 7, but you're chasing it now. That's the big issue. Yeah, I don't chase well, that's why. I mean, I won't chase this. I mean, had this come from a bit of consolidation and then volume, then I would take the trade. But I'm not taking I'm not going to chase this up. If your screen is frozen, then do a refresh, okay? Just do a refresh right here. I know if you can't see, but right beside the gear icon, do a refresh. That typically will solve a lot of issues. Either if you can't hear me, your screen is frozen. I won't chase it, but look at the volume coming into IMBI, IMBI. I never use a 1-minute chart, no. And that's not to say a person shouldn't use it. It's just I don't use it. I don't use anything less than a 5-minute chart. At least you're honest, surf trader. Oh my gosh. And there's William just charging in. Just a moment, please. Yeah, sorry, I just put myself on mute. Yes. Look at KVHI, guys. I say inching, inching, inching. So did JB? Did it hit the top? What time frame of the? Did I not hit the top? Or was it just inside the channel? Only if you have time. Only if you have time. HR. So this is an IPO today. I'm assuming this is an IPO today. Harmony Bios. Oh, you know what? I was going to look at another IPO to see what was the one earlier. I was going to look at it. I wanted to see who was involved. Any thoughts? Well, I have no real. I don't typically trade IPOs on the day of. The only way I would, and it's a little expensive for me. I like them around the $20 mark. So it did hit it. What price? You know what? You don't have to answer. I mean, 239. So yeah, I see that was basically the high too. Like 241 might have been the high. Well, you know what? I mean, it is sort of yeah on the 5 minute. If I look at the 5 minute, it is it did touch it. Just touched it on the 5 minute. On the 15, no. Anyway, getting back to the IPOs, let me just see for fun who is involved in that one. Yeah, I see that. So here, yeah, I see that. Goldman, Jeffries, and Piper. So Goldman's involved. So I mean, it is it's way above 24. So it's way above 39, which is I mean good in terms of obviously. Excuse me. There's a lot of enthusiasm. The ones I cut. What was the one earlier today, guys? All I have to do is look. This is the one INBX. So who's involved in that one? So Jeffries Evercore. So maybe not quite the pedigree, but again 17. And what is it at now? INBX. Let's see what it is right now. So 17. So modest. I mean, it's this is one that I'd be more interested in, to be honest, only because it's in the price range I kind of like. Let's see what it does tomorrow. I mean, it's really flattened out. So let's see what it does tomorrow. I'm going to stick an alert at the high, which is about $4 away. I get it, but I want to stick an alert at the high. See what happens later on in the day, and tomorrow. I mean, if it keeps moving higher above that high, that could be at least a one-day trade for me. What time frame again, JB? What time frame are you looking at? Both the 5 and the 15. Okay. So when these are hitting, it's on both time frames. Now, here's the other thing. Can you put an alert on that? Ooh. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Well, that's interesting. So you can put an event alert, or do you have to know the symbol? Aha. And where does the alert go? Is it just a sound alert that you hear? Or I understand you can do text alert sound in a window. Interesting. Okay, I think I'm sold. I mean, I mean, an event alert, just like within TI. That's pretty cool. Um, Nobody answered that question. Nobody answered the question, Torps. That the only answer to the question was, yeah, I'm wondering that too. Yeah, I mean, I guess you just put it on the charts and see what the big difference would be. Well, guys, again, this is just inching up, inching. Now, there's a 200-day moving average. So, I mean, this is this could really turn into an interesting short. I mean, right here. Well, if it's about the same, and there, well, it makes sense. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average for KVHI right there, 956. Lots of chop right around here. The issue with that one right now is a bit of a spread. 6 cents, 5, 6 cents. Well, we're talking about shorting it, Neil. So, but you can see right there. I mean, there's the 200 days, so it's not that far away. You know what? I didn't even look at the SPY. What did it do? Okay, so there's a drop. Well, here's the deal, guys. I mean, if and I'm assuming also, JB, obviously, you can set up. You want to get an alert for all this, but you can set up a filter system for a price range and volume and all of that, obviously. Otherwise, you'll go crazy getting alerts left and right. Well, you know what? I mean, if this works really well, then you know what my next step would be. I mean, I don't mind getting Trading View, but I would if we can start to get really really good alerts, I'm just going to say to the guys, trade ideas, okay, do this and do it now. All right, so upper BB is 935. So it's very, very close. It's very, very close. I mean, because we are going to have bulletin boards. We are going to have, the Bollinger Bands. We are going to have it. So within Interactive Brokers, what are Bollinger Bands under? I'm looking at studies, so I'm trying to see where it's under. Like it's not a volatility, not regression. I'll find it. Oh, here it is. It's moving averages. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's very close. I'm getting addicted to the room. Well, I just added it to the 15 just to see. Probably confusing the heck out of most people. What are you guys talking about? What would be very interesting, though, of course, is to do this on a daily chart also, and checking to see, checking for swing trades on a daily chart using this. See how much room there is to the upper, the lower, the mid, all of that. That would make a lot of sense to me also. Okay, so for instance, what are you seeing on your SDC on 15-minute chart for Jan? No, standard deviation channel, a standard deviation channel on the daily. Because for instance, if you're seeing, I mean, again, this is what Real is saying is that the SDC as drawn by Interactive Brokers is not necessarily the best. Here's the Bollinger Band right there. Here's the upper, here's the lower, here's the median. If your lines are right around there, then that means, yeah. So look, that means that the Bollinger Band is pretty darn close. That's interesting. I mean, I kind of prefer the way this looks, the channel. But I mean, if you're saying 578 or whatever, this is 15. Okay, well, this is a 15-minute chart. And that is for what? Jan, Jan. I don't know why it's not showing up here, but No, I have not even attempted a bounce using this. Everything has been on the short side. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Thank you, Real. So, so two upper bands and two lower bands. I see. Okay, that's what you're talking about. Interesting. I have three monitors, three 32-inch monitors. So I don't understand what you mean, Real, when you say you use above 200. I don't understand that. I'm just looking here at my options. This is in the Bollinger Bands, of course, but so I don't understand what you mean by I use above 200. Oh, you can ask me. I mean, I'm just sort of fascinated by all this. You know, if you're going to ask me about something within why it didn't execute, or that's probably going to be something that you're going to have to send. Yeah, you're going to have to send to the log files more than likely. Oh, the 200%. Oh, okay, okay. Of course. Yeah, I can't answer that. So I mean, we can create within the Bollinger Band. We can do that sort of stuff. Position in the Bollinger Band. We can do stuff like that. I see. You're talking about then literally with trade ideas. So you could put 200 here as an example, right? Yeah. So he was talking about trade ideas. So you could create an alert window or topless window even. And find the ones that are, in fact, probably a topless would be better. It'll show you. You too, Larissa, as we're wandering into. All right, let me try something here. I'm going to create a new topless window. Okay, position in the Bollinger Bands. Add the filter, minimum of 200%. Let's get a few more. All right, let's see, 100,000. Let me firm up my price range. I'll go 40. Volume. Don't care about earnings. So what do we got here? I don't care about that. Let's put a relative volume of 2. So minimum volume, 100, current volume. So nothing. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put 100%. I just want to see. Okay, so now we're getting, so interesting. Aha. Well, this is highly interesting. This is really interesting. I mean, I've just put 100 here. Let's get updated. There's Jan. There's the Jan. Very interesting. I'm going to just save this one. Yeah, look at the SPY is right. Now, again, I know you don't agree with these lines, real. I know you don't, but I'm just looking at some of these. You know, there's FBK. There is, I mean, there's the Bollinger Band right there. There is the again the one you don't agree with, but you know, just in cycling through, most of these seem to drop. Now, granted, the market is dropping also. You know, they're above that line anyway. It seems to be. Now, what about Shoe Carnival? Well, Jan is not stopping yet. So now we are just below that high, 330, 339.08. So now we've dropped down a little bit below the SPY high. But look at that bottoming tail. Meanwhile, who cares, right? VRCA does not care. look at VRCA, guys. Holy smokes. Again, this is an alert yesterday from the AI. Closed well, 827. So it's a couple of dollars now. But I'm sure William has just took that nail and hammered it. Now that would have nothing to do with Bollinger Bands or SDC. I mean, that's just so. And is that the BB scan that you were from within Trade Ideas? Okay. Do you mind sharing? Other than the fact that did you put 200? Because of course at that point I did not get it. There were no alerts at. Yeah. So right now there are none. Let's see, 150. I don't think there's going to be any right now that are. Yeah, well, I'll keep it at 100 just to see. But you put it at 200 and you were. So, right at the very beginning of the day, I'm assuming you're going to get some. And how about the other way? Do you put 0 or minus 20 or something for stocks that are below on the lower end for bounces? I'm just not into the bounces. I'm way more into these tops. For some reason, I think the tops are a better play than the bounces. I mean, I have nothing to back that up with, but okay, that's what I thought. Look at INOD, guys. I mean, whew, how to merge Alpha and Barry watch list. Oh, thank you. Now it's okay, guys. That's just for me. Okay, you have to promise not to take it. Yes. Interesting too. So this, I wonder why. Oh, I may not have. I put a minimum relative volume. Yeah, I had it at 2. So otherwise this would have shown up, I guess. So there's 202. Mm-hmm. Well, interesting. I will definitely keep an eye on that. Thank you, Real. When you say how to merge the Alpha and Barry watch list, so let me see if I can understand what you mean. I think this is what you mean. So you want to have these windows. So what you do is when you load my watch list and save these 3 windows to the cloud, okay, and then the Alpha Predator is that the one? Then take whatever windows you want from that channel, save them to the cloud. Okay, so now you'll have all those windows in the cloud. And now you may have already a bit of a layout that you want, and then just bring those windows back from the cloud. File load from cloud. You'll see them, load them, and then save your layout again. So now everything is saved in the layout. Does that make sense? Okay, well, I can try to help. What I would do, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. I would really, really recommend that you watch these 20 short lessons. and they're very short. They cover the basic features of trade ideas, creating top lists and alert windows, etc. Okay, if this is your first day with trade ideas, the other thing you can do is I'm going to give you my homepage link because there's some other educational videos there. And this is the other one that I wanted to shorten the pre-market, TLGT. Look at these pops. They just did not have shorts available. Whoo, leave a link. Oh, so I think that link, Ken, that was for the YouTube link, because those of you who are really interested in trading your Interactive Brokers account and using Brokerage Plus, Michael Noss is our expert on all that. I don't know if it's every Wednesday, but certainly once a week. So he was going to be in the YouTube room from 12 to 1. So that's the link I was talking about. I don't think there was another link. I'm talking to you, Kim, if you can hear me. Yeah, I think he's only in once a week, and I think there's 5 traders. So I can name them all: Steve, Andy, Jamie, Michael, and Sean. So those are the 5 traders. So Monday to Friday, one of them goes into the YouTube feed from 12 to 1. And today was Michael's turn. What's a gap down and up? If it's okay, so a gap down and up would mean a stock that gaps down and then reverses up. So a reversal. Oh, you're more than welcome, Kim. So basically, a reversal. We have a gap up and reverse. So that'll be a gap up and down. So just the opposite. I have that scan. Scan, gap continuation or reverse. There are 4 alert windows in here. So gap continuation would be a gap up and it's keeps going in the direction of the gap. Gap down and it keeps going in the direction of the gap. And then just the reverse as those 2 that we just talked about. Well, don't get confused. I mean, a gap is a specific number. That's the first print of the day, okay? So that probably did have a gap. Of course that had a gap. Yes, that had a gap. And that would be a reversal. Yes, that would be a gap up and reverse eventually. I mean, didn't happen immediately, that's for sure. If you don't like, we're not talking about intraday, okay? The gap is the first print of the day, the first trade of the day. So there's where it closed yesterday at 80 cents. So it looks like the first print was $1.59. So of course that's a nice gap. That's the first print of the day. That's about a 70 odd cent gap as the first print of the day. Ha! Bernie. That's funny. Well, guys, this has been quite the day. So today is Wednesday. This is the day in which I do participate in the webinar, the one that is at 5 o'clock. So let me just show you. I'm going to go over my links here. So again, they created this is a new link for me. It's sort of my home page, so I can put a lot of stuff on it. So of course you can download the latest software. Here is a promo code you can use. Here, the webinars, okay? Monday to Thursday, sign up for the free webinars. You click here. You have to go down a little bit. Here's the 20 lessons in 20 days. Trading room. Here are the daily webinars, okay? You can sign up for them all right here. One sign up for all. Everything's free. And today's webinar is the Q&A. Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas, they're there to, it's a bit of a Q&A. It's probably a little more informal if you've attended any of them compared to the office hours and Trade of the Week and Trading Studio. Okay, so if you click on my homepage, okay, Lito's Dad, if you click on that link there, and then click on webinars, Monday to Thursday, sign up for daily free webinars. Okay, right there, click here. And then you scroll down a little bit till you see the webinars. Okay, and just sign up. And what happens is I don't know if it's an hour before, but you'll get a notification with a link. It's a GoToMeeting link. And you just click on the link and you're in. Meanwhile, GFL. So you were trying to be long on this one. Wow. So this is now below yesterday's low. I'm really excited about all this. Boy, GFL just collapsing here. What did they do? What? Canadian company. So what do they do? Waste management. Ah, okay. They're the ones that Spruce Point was all over yesterday, I guess. And of course, they're rebuking it. Rebukes debt claims. However, not helping right now. Yeah, I do know those green garbage trucks. Okay, cool. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm going to just put the announcement in. I'll always stay a little later if there are questions, but otherwise, I'm going to shut the room down at 3. I feel like I'm learning a lot myself. Thank you, Real. Okay. Is there a way? Wow, look at GFL. Just there may be somebody probably knows. I'm not sure you can save the entire chat. Let me just see. Never tried. I know. I think there. I think something within here. Somebody probably knows. Maybe somebody's done that. Just not sure, Ellie. I'm sure there must be, but I'm just not sure. Yeah, as far as price targets are concerned, certainly within trade ideas, I don't pay any attention to them whatsoever. You know, from an AI alert, there's nothing scientific about them. All right, you know, they could be like $1 away or $2 away. There's nothing scientific. Um, my view, and I guess in theory, I am putting a price target, but my view is not so much a target as, and I guess it might be just semantics, is where I think a stock could stall. But I don't consider that necessarily a target. But I'm definitely aware of where I think a stock might stall, be it a moving average or resistance on the daily, weekly, or monthly chart, things like that. So I'm not. And if you're talking, but if you are talking about analysts, then forget it. I shouldn't say it like that, dismiss it like that. But I mean, yeah, but you know, Real's putting it in pretty strong terms. You know, we see some pretty wild ones sometimes. You know, a stock's at 20, and some analyst says we think it's going to 80. Okay, well, I'm sorry, and actually, I thought you were talking about people in this room and trade ideas, the price targets. I didn't know you were talking about analysts. There you go. Thank you, Price. I mean, I should know these things, right? So click on the gear icon. Yeah, you see, my gear icon is different from your gear icon. You guys must be talking. Which gear icon are you talking about? This one? Yeah, I mean, listen, the last time I really looked at a price alert was NIO, NIO. Goldman put a conviction sell on it, and for that day, it was a great short. So I mean, I don't completely and utterly dismiss them. If it comes from Goldman, I will take a look and just check to see what the charts are doing. But I mean, they had a conviction sell on NIO, and I think it dropped a couple of dollars. I gave you props in one, and I told you about it, but obviously you didn't listen to me. So the heck with you. What do I think of Power Hour? I actually don't trade that much. One of the reasons I do shut the room down at 3, though, is that so I can kind of trade completely on my own. So if I do see something that I might want to trade, but I don't concentrate on Power Hour that much, depending on how I feel. But that is one reason, though, why I do shut the room down at 3, so I can, maybe if I do want to, I can completely concentrate on doing something I might want to do in terms of a trade. Where are the price targets? Are you talking about an analyst price targets? I mean, is that what you're talking about? That'll be in the text. No, the gear icon. Somebody was asking about how to save the chat. I had nothing to do, the gear icon, nothing to do with price targets. Somebody was asking me how to save the chat from today. And that's when somebody said something about the gear icon. XP, let's see what XP looks like. Well, it's I remember seeing, yeah, boy, this was really active a few weeks ago. I sort of remember all this. What do I think of it? I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, obviously it's an all-time high, but it's so, other than that, I mean, it's amazing. It's an amazing run other than that one red candle, just green after green after green. Not sure how to answer a question like this. What do I think of it? I think I wish I had it back here, you know. But I mean, I don't know really what to make of it. An amazing run. I do remember this one though. Probably, I think I remember it right around here, and then I think I did this, and I completely forgot about it. Of course, this is pandemic time right here. Ah, man, what a move! Huh. Well, this is shortable. I'm not saying I'm going to short it now, but man, oh man, what a move! And I have to apologize. There was a person in the room. I think might have been even this day. Probably was this day. And I think he asked me what I thought about it. It could have been a she. I mean, he or she asked me what I thought about it, and I sort of dismissed it because it was a pink sheet stock. not realizing that we had it wrong. You know, it was listed as an OTC or something, and I was saying, man, it's good, but I just don't trade OTCs. And then found out here on that day, you know, it just didn't seem right because it wasn't appearing in IB like an OTC stock. So anyway, that's when I contacted our guys and said, hey, you got to make that change. Don't know who it was. Don't know if you're in the room. But if you are, you know who you are. I don't put price alerts on these. I mean, I just let them trigger. Okay, I mean these are in essence the price alerts because they're triggering for a reason. You know that price triggered for a reason, so it's not a price alert as such. If you're talking about on the chart, no, I'm not putting price alerts. This is just a normal alert trigger. You know, the stock made a new high with the filters in place. You know what? I used to love the concept of an opening range break. It seems to make so much sense. And I used to try in the old days creating a strategy, back testing the heck out of it on an opening range break, a 15 or a 30. Could never ever get it to optimize well. And you know, we don't even have one. There's rarely. I think we used to have an opening range break in one of the strategies, the AI strategies, but I haven't. If we still have it, I'm not sure if we still have it. But if we do have it, I haven't seen that in years making the cut, optimizing well. You would think, you know, that it just makes so much sense. The one thing I had asked them for, and for whatever reason, it must be hard to do. I don't know why, but it is hard to do, is give me the third opening range break. The third time it does it, or the second, or some user defined number. So you might get a head fake the first time, and it drops down below, and then maybe so only tell me the second time, you know, it breaks the 15-minute opening range, or the third time, and then I know, but it doesn't work. Unfortunately, it doesn't work, Calvin. I wish it did. I tried that a long time ago. I thought, man, that's it, and then back test that strategy, and adjust the number of counts. Maybe it's the fourth one. Maybe it's the third one. Maybe it's the fifth one. You know, I mean, if it's 5, you may not get very many alerts, but hey, you might get 3 alerts a day, and that they may be golden. But no, the count does not work for that, unfortunately. So yeah, I mean, all those scans, you know, maybe before I shut the room down, if you can click on this room drive icon, scans that I share. So I'm sharing a lot of scans, you know, not just the ones you see. They're well free. I mean, they're part of the standard service. So yeah. So the morning pre-market gap up and gap down. Yep. Oh. You mean freely accessible, as in not paying for trade IDs? No. Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, you have to sign up for the standard package. But as I say, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Yeah, I don't think the quality doesn't. I don't think that works either. I mean, listen, if you, I think that would be gold if we could figure something like that out. I asked that for that years ago, and every now and then I bring it up at a development meeting, and they go, "Sure, we'll look at it." On cassettes. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? If not, I shall shut the room down, and we can do this all over again starting tomorrow at 9 o'clock. That's when I'll open the room. All right, don't see any questions, so all right. So we'll see everybody tomorrow at 9. I will shut the room right down now, and have a great evening, everybody. Bye bye.